तेजस्वी, अदिति, अनाउंस करो प्रेयर को कर दो।
Meanwhile, may I please request Amrita to come forward and start with the prayers?
Recording in progress.
चेतोदर्पणमार्जनं भवमहादावाग्निर्वापणम् श्रेयाकैरवचन्द्रिका वितरणं विद्याधूजीवनम् आनन्दाम्बुधिवर्धनं प्रतिपदं पूर्णामृतास्वादनम् सर्वात्मस्नपनं परं विजयते श्रीकृष्णसङ्कीर्तनं नाम्नामकारि बहुधा निज सर्वशक्तिस्तत्रार्पिता नियमिता स्मरणेन कालः एतादृशी तव कृपा भगवन्ममापि दुर्दैवमिदृशम् इहाजनीनानुरागः तृणादपि सुनीचेन तरोरपि सहिष्णुना अमानिना मानदेन कीर्तनीय सदा हरि न धनं न जनं न सुन्दरीं कवितां वा जगदीश कामये मम जन्मनि जन्मनीश्वरे भवताद्भक्तिरहैतुकी त्वयि अयि नन्दतनुजा किङ्करं पतितं मां विषमे भवाम्बुदौ कृपया तव पादपङ्कज स्थितधूलिसदृशं विचिन्तया नयनं गलदश्रुधारया वदनं गद्गदहृदया गिरा पुलकैर्निचितं वपुकदा तव नाम ग्रहणे भविष्यति युगायितं निमीषेण चक्षुषा प्रावृषायितं शून्यायितं जगत्सर्वं गोविन्दविरहेण मे आश्लिष्य वा पादरतां पिनष्टु माम् अदर्शनां मर्महतां करोतु वा यथा तथा वा विदधातु लम्पटो मत्प्राणनाथस्तु स एव नापरा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। Thank you to all our dignitaries. And thank you, Amrita, for that beautiful invocation. You all may now please be seated. With our intentions blessed and our minds settled, we now move to one of the most special segments of our morning, the recognition of excellence among our principal investigators and DNB doctors.
Recording in progress.
These are the colleagues who have gone beyond the minimum expectations, who have led trials with rigor, who have mentored juniors with patience, who have held the ethical standards of our profession, even when no auditor was watching. Today, we honor them not just for that, what they have achieved, but for the examples they set. To present our first award, may I request Ms. Tanuka Ganguly, Director Global Site Activation IQVI, to please come on stage.
Our first award for today is the Innovation in Clinical Research Award. It is presented to a doctor whose scientific curiosity, creative thinking, and relentless pursuit of new knowledge have opened doors that were once firmly shut. This is not merely an award for conducting trials, it is a tribute to a mind that dares to ask bold questions and finds answers that changes lives. We are proud to present the Innovation in Clinical Research Award to Dr. Dhaval Dalal, sir. Dr. Dalal is not available right now, so may I please request Ms. Ritu Hemne to receive.
Integrated Medicine and Internal Medicine at Bhaktivedanta Hospital and Research Institute with over 35 years of clinical experience. A respected clinician, researcher, and a mentor. He is also the co-founder and trustee of the institute and is known for his holistic, patient-centric approach, integrating modern medicine with lifestyle and spiritual well-being.
Thank you, Ms. Ritu. May I now request Ms. Swapnali Raut, Director Clinical Operations, GlaxoSmithKline, to come on stage to give away our next award.
Our next award for today is Excellence in Ethics and Patient-Centered Research. At the very heart of every clinical trial is a human being, a patient, who places their trust in science and in us. The Excellence in Ethics and Patient-Centered Research Award honors a doctor who never loses sight of that person. This award recognizes a physician whose practice of clinical research is defined not only by scientific precision but by compassion. We are honored to present this award to Dr. Amay Joshi, sir.
Dr. Amay Joshi is a consultant endocrinologist at Bhaktivedanta Hospital and Research Institute with over a decade of specialized clinical experience, having previously served as an assistant professor at the Nair Hospital. Dr. Joshi has led multiple phase 3 and phase 4 clinical trials, specializing in diabetes, thyroid, and metabolic bone diseases, and is an award-winning researcher, widely published author, and journal section editor. May I please have a round of applause for them? Thank you, Ms. Swapnali.
May I now request Dr. Vaibhav Sarvi, Director and Head Clinical Study Unit, India and Southeast Asia, Sanofi Research and Development Unit, Clinical Science and Operations, to offer our next award.
Our next award is for the Distinguished Impact Award. Some contributions to clinical research cannot be measured in a single study, a single year, or even a single decade. Distinguished Impact Award is our most profound expression of gratitude, an acknowledgement of a career spent in steadfast service to science, to patients, and to the clinical research community. It is with deep reverence and immense pride that we present the Distinguished Impact Award to Dr. Ajay Gorsey, sir.
Dr. Ajay Godsey, he is the Senior Consultant and Head of the Pulmonology and Sleep Medicine at Bhaktivedanta Hospital and Research Institute. with over 24 years of expertise in pulmonary medicine and 12 years in sleep medicine. He is an MD in chest medicine from University of Mumbai. Dr. Godse has advanced fellowship in sleep medicine from the Legal Global Societies and received specialized training in Emory Center, USA. He is an accomplished researcher, principal investigator, and multiple global phase 3 clinical trials with focusing on various indications like sleep apnea, COPD, asthma, interstitial lung diseases, and pulmonary hypertension.
Thank you, Dr. Godse. Thank you, Dr. Salvi. May I now request Mr. Sarang Vinze, Associate Director, Strategic Site Solutions IQVIA, to please come forward and offer our next award for Rising PI. Every field has its future, and in clinical research, that future is embodied in the rising generation of principal investigators who bring fresh energy, sharp intellect, and deep ethical grounding to their work. The Rising PI Award is presented to a physician who has demonstrated exceptional leadership, scientific rigor, and commitment to GCP compliant trial conduct, all early in their career as a principal investigator. We are proud to present this Rising PI Award to Dr. Sandeep Patil, sir.
Dr. Sandeep Patil is a consultant cardiologist and head of Department of Cardiology at Bhaktivedanta Hospital and Research Institute, bringing over 15 years of rich experience in cardiology and internal medicine alongside prior academic experience as an assistant professor in Naya Hospital. Dr. Patil serves as a principal and co-investigator for phase 3 clinical trials specializing in interventional cardiology, cardiovascular risk management, and preventive cardiology.
Thank you, Mr. Vinze. Thank you, Dr. Sandeep Patil, sir. May I now request Dr. Shiv Prasad, sir, to please offer DNB Best Thesis Award to our next awardee. Research begins with a question and it matures into knowledge through the discipline of writing, of organizing evidence, and presenting findings with honesty and clarity. The DNB Best Thesis Award celebrates a body of scholarly work that does all of this exceptionally well. The recipient of this award has demonstrated original thinking, rigorous methodology, and a genuine contribution to clinical knowledge through their thesis. We are delighted to present the Best Thesis Award to Dr. Samit Doshi.
Dr. Samit Doshi is MS and DNB in general surgery. He is currently pursuing DNB urology at Bhaktivedanta Hospital and Research Institute. Dr. Doshi has actively contributed to academic research with 19 national and international publications and has received multiple awards at prestigious conferences including ASICON, MASICON, and USICON for outstanding papers and poster presentations in surgery and urology.
Thank you, Dr. Shiv Prasad, sir. Thank you, Dr. Doshi. Friends, please join me in one big round of applause for all our awardees today.
Our heartfelt thanks to the ISCR directors for taking time, despite their many commitments, to be here and to honor our colleagues personally. Friends, the upcoming session has been specifically curated for our research coordinators, clinical research associates, and DNB doctors, with focused discussion on the clinical trial activities and operations. We humbly request our respected consultants from Bhaktivedanta Hospital to kindly proceed with their other scheduled commitments. We would also request our CRC, CRA, and DNB doctors to please move forward and take the front seat so that may benefit fully of the session. We will resume approximately in 5 minutes. Thank you all for your support and continuation.
Thank you for your presence.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So may we request all our other colleagues to please come forward. Now all the tables are vacant, the front tables. This will benefit you. Please come forward. This is a wonderful conference. I hope all of us are enjoying. And the first session was curated for Bhaktivedanta Hospital doctors. For that matter, all principal investigators. We have around 100, 200 plus participants who are hearing us online also. A few of them are also doctors. So that particular session was for the doctors to inspire and encourage them to undertake clinical trials. Now I would like to request Dr. Tejasvi Kadam to please come on the dais, please. Somebody who is hosting and who is working on this, ensuring that the conference happens smoothly since last almost a month. So Dr. Tejasvi Kadam, my colleague with 10 years experience in dental surgery, dedicated clinical practice as a dentist, and currently serves as a head of clinical trials at Bhaktivedanta Hospital and Research Institute. She has extensive experience in trial coordination, regulatory compliance, and also heads a program which runs here, 15 months program in-house for clinical research coordinators. So she is a faculty and head of that particular program also. So thank you so much, Dr. Tejasvi, for
Thank you,
hosting
sir. Thank you
this
so much.
particular conference. Now, may I request my another colleague, Miss Aditi, please come on the stage. Our second co-host today, and you already heard her voice. So thank you, Aditi, for ensuring the conference is running smoothly. So my colleague is bachelor in microbiology, and then she did post-graduation in clinical research, which few of us have done. And now she is managing currently 3 clinical trials, has experience of around 10 clinical trials already conducted, has also published papers as an author. So thank you so much, Aditi, for being here and for co-hosting the conference. Now I will hand over to both of you.
Thank you, sir.
Friends, today is not just another date on the conference calendar. The 20th of May commemorates the date in 1747 when James Lind began the world's first controlled clinical trial abroad, HMS Salisbury, a study that would, in time, save countless lives from scurvy. Nearly 3 centuries later, we gather in the same spirit of scientific inquiry, ethical rigor, and patient first thinking. And we gather here in India, a country whose role in shaping the future of global clinical research has never been more important than it is today.
This year is pivotal. We sit at the meeting point of three powerful currents: the global adoption of ICH GCP E6 Revision 3, finalized on the 6th of January 2025, the maturing regulatory ecosystem under India's NDCT Rules 2019, and the rapid evolution of clinical trials toward hybrid, decentralized, and digitally enabled models. Each of these shifts asks something of us, and today we will answer.
Our theme for this conference is simple and uncompromising: to strengthen India as a globally trusted destination for ethical and high quality clinical research. This conference is jointly hosted by two institutions whose name need little introduction: Bhaktivedanta Institution and Research, Bhaktivedanta Hospital and Research Institution, whose name a center that has consistently combined compassionate patient care with rigorous research, and Indian Society of Clinical Research, ISCR, the professional body that has 2 decades served as the moral and scientific compass for our clinical research community in India. To both institution and to the joint organizing community, we owe today's gathering.
If the principal investigator is the captain of a trial, the clinical research coordinator is the chief navigator. It is the CRC who turns a written protocol into a lived process. It is the CRC who ensures that consent is informed, that source documents are contemporaneous, that Alcoa is not just a poster on a wall, but a practice in every patient file. And under ICH GCP E6 Revision 3, the CRC role has grown from site executor to regulatory strategist. This session is about that evolution. For every CRC in this room, what comes next is your career roadmap.
Our next speaker is a name that needs little introduction in clinical research operations. Dr. Ajay Godse. He is the senior consultant and head of pulmonology and sleep medicine at Bhaktivedanta Hospital and Research Institute. Brings to the stage decades of experience in coordinator training, site management, sponsor liaison, and internal readiness. His sessions are known for one thing above all: they are immediately implementable. You will not leave with theory, you will leave with tools. Today, he speaks on the subject we have been waiting for: Clinical Research Coordinator 2.0, from site executor to regulatory strategist. Dr. Godse, please come on stage. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? Let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Ajay Godse. I'm a consultant pulmonologist and a sleep medicine specialist working in Bhaktivedanta Hospital since last 17, 18 years. This place is magical. Whatever you have heard about me since last 5 odd minutes, probably there is little contribution from me, more of a ecosystem of space which this particular thing encourages me to do, because I'm as good as my team is. I'm fortunate because I started working here in a research. This place has given me all the tools, backup, support system, and the most precious, good set of CRCs. Because clinical trials stood on a firm belief, or a, I would say, integrity and ethics of a CRC's work. Because of them, every trial goes smoothly. Otherwise, PI is a more or less only a head of the clinical trial on a paper. Who conducts clinical trial is a CRC, and I appreciate that. I'm fortunate to have a set of CRCs, one after another, who help me doing all those international global clinical trials successfully. Let's start without wasting much of a time. So for last 10 plus years, I've been principal investigator in all respiratory disorders, namely COPDs, asthmas, pulmonary fibrosis, and now even sleep apneas. Today we are celebrating World Clinical Research Day, and I want to do something little different today. I don't want to give you lecture. I want to have a conversation. Conversation which I usually do informally with my CRCs every day. But today, let's do it little formally. There are certain things which I don't say aloud in day-to-day practice, but today I'll say it aloud in front of everybody, the whole industry of clinical research. Because the people in this room, the CRCs, the managers, the doctors, you are the people who actually keep clinical research alive. And I think you deserve to hear that from a PI directly. The title of today's talk is Breathing Life into the Research. Obviously, it's a little cliche for a respiratory trial. I kept it that way to keep it a little interesting. It's not just a metaphor. In respiratory trials, it is literal. Every spirometry reading, every exacerbation report, every visit window you protect, it is quite literally about the breath you hold or your breath you preserve. Let's begin. Here where we are going in next 25 minutes. 5 sections, 1 conversation directly to my CRCs. We will start with who the PI really is, not the version you imagine, but the one you actually work with. Then we'll go inside the clinical mind of a pulmonologist, because you at a time CRCs wonder why this particular guy is behaving in a such different way. My protocol says something different, and why this particular person is behaving in a certain way. Let's unravel all those pulmonologists' mind at this particular conversation. We'll look at how sustain a strong PI and CRC relationship over the long respiratory trials. We all know that respiratory trials go for 2 to 3 years. And to keep a CRC, one CRC for an entire trial gives a huge benefit to us. I'm definitely very fortunate to have 3 CRCs in a row for last 10 years. Everybody span for 3 years from a start to end of the trial. One CRC handling the lead respiratory trial. I'm so thankful for each of those CRCs helping me to do those things without having any difficulty in between. These trials, when they last for 3 years, they not only test patient, they test everybody's patients. And we will end here with all this going CRC's career, their growth, and India's moment in a global research. 23 slides, oddly 30 minutes. One conversation I believe you won't forget. Let's start with the story. It was early part of my clinical research in a phase 3. Yes, I had done my research before that, but that was not that significant. As a postgraduate student, my thesis work was 3.5 years old. And that was genuinely a first test of clinical research for me, because I was the only person who was working like a junior investigator, CRC, data operator, and everything. It was an interstitial lung disease trial. It was done in a KM, 3,000 patients in a 3 years, huge humongous data got published. And that particular thing set the tone of a pulmonary fibrosis treatment in India from that particular research. I'm very proud to have that particular research in my name, along with my mentor, Dr. Ashok Mashur, who was considered as a father of a pulmonologist that day. It was 2014, my first phase 3 asthma trial. I was relatively a new PI, and I was terrified. Not of the patients, not of the protocol, or missing a spirometry window also. Not even of an exacerbation. That was a part and parcel of my clinical acumen. But I was terrified of making a deviation in a clinical study procedure that could have cost patient safety. And then there was my CRC. Let's call her Bhakti. She had already mapped every visit window, every ICS washout period, every SAE reporting timeline before I even finished reading my protocol. Every morning, she would quietly appear at my door and give me updates and ask me proactive questions, not a problems. She used to find out the problem. She used to have some solution in her mind. She just wanted my opinion or direction to proceed for it. I was PI. My name was on the delegation log, but Bhakti was the one who's holding that trial together. She didn't have a regulatory strategist on her badge, but that is exactly what she was. And today, on a celebration of clinical research, World Clinical Research Day, I want to give that title and everything that it means to every single one of you in this particular room. Now let's talk about something little uncomfortable. Many CRCs come to the site with a mental model of a PI. I just need to get this sign from a PI. The protocol defines eligibility, not the PI. I'll tell the PI only when there's a problem. I understand where that comes from, but it misses something important. Here I want to emphasize on something which happens in a Bhaktivedanta. I believe, as far as my knowledge, is a unique place where we train CRCs in a certain way, where they get a raw clinical research experience in a clinical settings. Because I know there are certain CRCs who join industry afterwards. They get their certifications online. They genuinely don't have a research experience on hands-on, and this particular type of assumptions that PI is there only for a sign, everything is set in a protocol, nothing really requires at a clinical level, that comes from that particular training, not from the experience which you get hands-on in a hospital settings. PI is not just a signature. I'm a clinician who has been treating respiratory patients for over 20 years. My reputation, my brand is built on patients' trust. When a new protocol lands on my desk, my first question is not, can we recruit fast? But my question is, will my patients be safe? And here is the thing no protocol will ever tell you. I have a personal eligibility thresholds that go beyond what's written in a protocol. The protocol may say FEV1 more than 40%, but I'll screen patients whose FEV1 is more than 50%. Because I have seen what happens at the lower end of FEC and FEV1. I know what happens in a trial afterwards. Every PI is a different. Some are data-driven, some are relationship-driven. Some delegate freely. Some want to have to be in a center for every decision. The CRC who figures out which type they are working with in the first 2 weeks, the CRC changes everything after that. The most important insight I can give you today is you are not a data collector. You are the PI's operational partner. And remember that in your mind, because your responsibility is far more than anybody in this clinical trial scenario. So how do we decode the clinical mind? Let me give you 3 things you must understand before day 1 at the site. First, patient safety is not a protocol step for me. It is an instinct. When patient oxygen saturation drops below 88 post spirometry, I'll probably withdraw that particular patient from the site, from the trial. Even if the protocol doesn't mandate it on paper, before your first patient walks in, find out your principal investigator's top trial thresholds. If you don't know it, if you haven't pursued it, ask him directly in an explicit way. That will help you to proceed in a better way. Second, I have treated some of my patients for 10 years or maybe more than that. Their wives have my mobile number. When the ILD patient called me directly at 9 p.m., worried about a new treatment strategy in a clinical trial scenario, I dropped everything. If you are the CRC who felt bypassed by that call, you have missed the point. The kind of loyalty to patient is normal PI behavior in respiratory medicine. Build your workflow around that particular behavior, not against it. Third, evidence-based intuition. We always say it's an intuition. No, it's not an intuition which comes from air. It is something which is over a period of decades. You have generated a certain type of experience, analyzed it in your mind. You don't know it, the process, but you take a decision. And you call it intuition, but it's not intuition. It is basically something which you know for sure for over of experience. The protocol allows SEQ more than 1.5 for asthma, but I screen at a SEQ more than 2. Because I watched milder patients drop out of my previous trial. So I know what to be done to avoid the dropouts or attrition in a trial. Roughly, I'm remembering, we have conducted something for a Novartis asthma trial back-to-back, 3 trials from 2019 to 2021, 3 years or 4 years. Not a single dropout throughout the trial. We have maximum recruiting cent of the country. The same probably we have followed in our AstraZeneca trials also in last 4 years. We have conducted simultaneously COPD trial, viral pneumonia trial, asthma trial, and we probably don't have a single dropout in a trial. So pre-selection of a patient is probably far more important for every clinical industries, because when you have a dropout, you don't have dropout for a sake on a paper. You basically have a lot of efforts, time wastage. So make sure that you know your protocols well, you know your thresholds well, you know your trials objective well. Don't do anything wrong, but do it little better, smart way. So what is the answer? What is the solution for a CRCs? If you don't know anything, then shadow your PI in a clinic before your first clinic visit. When you learn those two sessions, when you learn that in first two sessions of OPD, your SOP, whatever you read, will make a sense to you. I have this particular habit of keeping CRCs in. I'm privileged to have two OPDs in my department. One is clinical OPD and one is research OPD, which are next to each other. So my CRCs who are dedicated for a respiratory trial always sits in a research OPD. So they have access to every patient's file and patient's name and patient's personality. So my patients know CRC, CRCs knows patient. So the trust factors develop between them even before the discussion of trial starts, because they know everybody every day in their regular visits. You are not support staff. You are the person on whom every patient in this respiratory trial depends. I, pulmonologist, call you the backbone of the research. And that's very important. This is my humble appreciation to your work, what you have been doing for all PIs throughout your career till date. CRCs, what you actually do, according to me. The job description says complete CRFs, schedule appointments, file the ICF, liaise with the CRA, report adverse events. Let me tell you what I have actually watched you do. I have watched CRCs hold frightened COPD patient's hand during spirometry because the machine scared them. I have watched CRC catch my protocol deviation before the auditor did. I will never forget that. I have watched one person track 47 visit window across 6 active trials simultaneously without missing a single one. I have watched you translate spirometry jargon into words patient's family could understand in a corridor in under 2 minutes, which probably my PFT technician also won't be able to do. And I have watched you carry the entire trial on your shoulders quietly every single day without asking for recognition. The job description doesn't capture any of that, but I see it. And today, I want to say it out loud here in front of the industry. Let's talk about data integrity. I know Eloquia Plus can feel like a box to tick. Let me tell you why it is not attributable. So we know human being, not a ghost, is responsible for that spirometry value. That matters in a regulatory submission. Legible. Because the regulatory reviewing your COPD data may do so 10 years from now. They need to read what you wrote today. Contemporaneous. Because memory fades. A patient's safety on experimental drug cannot wait until tomorrow's morning. Original. The first truth is the real truth. There are no second drafts in respiratory research. Accurate. Because drug approval for a million COPD patients depend on exactly what you recorded at that visit. And complete plus consistent. Because a half-truth in a safety data is the most dangerous kind of a lie in the science. Every time you write the correct value in the correct place on the correct date, you are protecting patient safety, and that's a rule, and that's a reason why we should be doing it. This Monday morning, I won't forget. I want to share a story that changed now how I think about inspection readiness. We had an audit, short notice, at our respiratory unit. The auditor asked for the SAE report on COPD exacerbation. Patient from 3 weeks prior. I knew the report had been submitted. We had done everything right. But the casualty assessment page in the ICF was missing. That became a major finding. Not because we did something wrong, because we could not prove we had done it right. That day, my CRC and I made a promise to each other. The ICF will always be ready, not the night before the inspection, every single day. Remember this, the inspection doesn't find what you did wrong. It finds what you cannot prove you did right. Inspection readiness is not a sprint. It's a way of life in a clinical research. I said it before also. Your name is on my delegation log. That means I trust you with the most important thing I have, my patient safety and my professional integrity. ICH GCP says the investigation returns ultimate responsibility for the delegated activities. That responsibility is shared with you. Remember that, respect that. Delegation is not a signature. It is a relationship of trust that must be maintained every single day with every activity what we perform. Let me give you 4 real mistakes I have seen cost us time, data, and trust, and all that can be preventable. The first is phyrometry timing. My CRC schedules the test at 8 a.m. The patient took their bronchodilator at 7. Every reading that day is a post bronchodilator, not comparable across some of the visits. One question to PI upfront by CRC: what time do you patient typically take morning medication? Can prevent everything entirely. That doesn't happen in our clinic now because my CRCs knows my patient and their treatment protocol and their treatment way of taking inhalation also. Second, rescue medication mismanagement. A CRC reports deviation when patient uses their SABA during a visit, but PI had already implicitly allowed it. A false deviation triggers an audit, and then we have a lot of paperwork to do to get that particular thing sorted out. Here, PI feels undermined. The relationship that gets ruined takes months to repair. Avoid that. Third, visit frequency burnout. In 2-year trial, if you're scheduled rigidly without looking at our flu season workload, you will lose visits in November through January. That's a respiratory season. And then you lose patients also. Map the clinical calendar, build buffer dates. That's important for smooth trial execution. Fourth, consent misalignment. For patients who have been with PI for years, always offer PI the chance to enter the study first time to them. Walking a long-term patient through consent without PI's presence can unsettle patients and their relatives, and unsettles PI's confidence in you also. Simple questions, ask early, prevent all these 4 preventable mistakes. We all know this particular terminology. Every industry works around it, kappa. Now, what happens when something does go wrong? There are 2 kinds of conversation I have with CRC when deviation occurs. Let me be honest about each one I dread and which one inspires me. The conversation I dread, it's not my fault. The EDC was down. I forgot. The OPD was busy. Can we just fix the date quietly? Nobody will notice the missing spirometry. That's a human nature, especially our continent. But conversation that inspires me, I found a problem. Here's exactly what happened. I traced the root cause. It was process gap, not an individual error. I have drafted a kappa. Please review it. It will not happen again. And here is precisely why it won't. The kappa is not a confession. It's not an admission of failure also. It is a mark of a regulatory strategist. It is what separates a good CRC from the great one. We should always remember this. In the middle of all the regulations, there's a patient, a real person breathing with difficulty, who said yes to experimental drug because they believed we would take care of them. Every ALCOA principle, every ICF document, every kappa, every monitoring visit, every delegation log entry, all of it exists to honor that yes. Never lose sight of that. This is what is something which I always make sure. 2 to 3 years of a trial, it's a long trial. You have to have be in a sync with your CRC, and CRC is to be sync in a PI. One of the most underrated skill in a clinical research is learning how your specific PI wants to be communicated with. There are 4 types of PIs I have seen or understood from my system. The busy clinician wants a one-page weekly summary, only metrics. Your voice notes for urgent issues, batch your non-urgent questions into regular slot, don't send long emails, don't interrupt clinic hours, don't ask them to search old email threads. The second one, who is a research passionate. This PI wants to be involved. Share blinded trend data where allowed. Ask their opinion on borderline eligibility criteria. Involve them into query resolution. Never make enrollment decisions alone without looping them in. They require to be involved in every step. The third one, patient protective PI. Most of the PIs are like that. PI needs to hear about safety first. Always. Always report AEs to them before entering into the system. Acknowledge patient concerns before protocol steps. Never rush a consent conversation. Let them be in a lead to discuss this particular trial issue with your patient's relatives and patient. The last one, the delegator trust you. They are happy people. They know trial goes with them without them. So on your scope proactively, because now CRC's involvement is genuinely very important. Present solution, not just problems. Maintain a strong communication log, because you don't never know what PI has asked for and what he has not. So your communication log should be very perfect to tell them this is what is discussed, have happened, this is what the decision taken. But never leave them unaware of major deviation, because the moment they realize that, then the PI would emerge out of their body, which was initially was not present. So remember, understand your PI and deal them carefully accordingly. Identify your PI's type in the first 2 weeks. Design your entire workflow around it. I cannot overstate how much this changes the relationship with your PI and the atmosphere of the trial you conduct. Something which everybody is now little dread about, technology. How is going to affect the clinical research scenario? Are few posts are going to get obsolete? Are certain posts are not required? Are we going to lose certain human force in the industry? The word on technology, because it is changing rapidly. eSource, ePRO, EISF, ICH E6 has embraced the digital shift. So should you. Here is what I want you to understand. Technology will not replace the CRC. It will replace CRC who refuse to learn it. And the one who masters it will become indispensable. We have our first experience with the masterscope when masterscope got introduced into Indian scenario somewhere in 2019. Our first Novartis trials, when we saw those big boxes coming into our respiratory unit, and then everything was digitalized. Your ECGs are digital, your spirometers are digital. There's hardly any 6 seconds window between your breath next PFT. It was genuinely very challenging in 2019 to adapt these particular thing. And CRC training was not actually meant to learn all those things in their training years. But fortunately, this particular place started doing a CRC training around the same time. So every CRC who worked in a respiratory unit in this particular institute for last 7 years know how to run a master's course very effectively. That's something which is, I guess, an advantage of working in a setup where all the facilities and infrastructure is available and you get the access or a raw hand experience before you graduate your degrees. Okay, e-source means entering spirometry data at the point of care, not from the memory, not after lunch. For a respiratory trial, that means entering FE1 immediately post-test. EPRO, your COPD patient records their own breathlessness score. Your job is to protect that data, not to fill in for them. Train them, review their entries, never proxy report. That is not a shortcut. That is GCP violation. EISF means DCGI inspector today sits in another city and may inspect your file remotely. Upload daily, version control, verify remote access before every monitoring visit, not during it. The digital shift is already here. Embrace it deliberately, sooner the better. COPD and asthma trials run for one of the 1 to 3 years long trials. The PI CRC relationship cannot set up in a month one and left to run on the autopilot. It needs active maintenance at every phase. In a startup, month 1 to 3, your job is intelligence gathering. Shadow the PI in a clinic, OPDs, learn their rhythm, their patient base, how they like to communicate with their patients. This is also when PI establishes enrollment thresholds and safety priorities for their patients. Don't miss this phase. This is very important. In an enrollment phase, month 4 through 12, recap referral gaps regularly. Adapt your screening approach based on every rejection that PI makes silently. If PI's priorities shift because of clinical workload, proactively re-engage him into the trial. It's needed because even this work requires some type of attention. Don't wait to be called, be proactive. Clinicians have their priorities set for a patient. Clinical research is always their secondary job. So it's a CRC who subtly nudge them to come into the clinical research scenario every now and then, especially when the workload in the clinics becomes high in a certain seasons. In a treatment phase, month 12 through month 24, watch for a patient fatigue. That's very natural. Alert the PI for a dropout risk early because your patient mentions it somewhere in their visits before the patient actually withdraw or calls for a withdrawal. PI may be checking in less. Your accountability to them under GCP has not changed a bit. In a last closeout sessions, month 24 through 36, support the PI in a final patient discussions. Prepare a summary they can use for their next trials or at times for publications. How this phase goes determines whether they trust you for their next trial or not. Because this is where your appreciation receipt will come, what you have done for last 2 years, whether they are ready to work for you in next few trials. I want to give you practical tool before we move on. Before your first screening visit, shadow your PI at least 2 OPD sessions. And as you observe, ask yourself these questions. On a clinical habits, does PI use spirometry results or symptoms as their primary driver? How do they explain prognosis, bluntly or gently? On a recruitment style, does PI prefer to introduce trial themselves? What patient factors make them reluctant to enroll? On communication front, what's their preferred update frequency? Daily, weekly, or exception only? Phone first on AEs or enter in a system first? I'm trying to get all this particular thing which we had discussed in last few slides into this one particular slide as a revision. And on a red lines, what deviation would this PI never accept? What does this PI value most? Data quality, patient comfort, or speed of recruitment? This checklist is your trial intelligence. Treat it that way. The CRC who walks into month 1 with these answers has a fundamentally different trial experience throughout the long trial. One story I want to share with you. This is something which every CRC should understand and remember. Let me tell you about the patient who almost left our trial. She was an ILD patient. She called me at 9 p.m. on Friday. She wanted to withdraw. She was tired, frightened, and feeling completely unheard. I asked her who had spoken to her that week. She said nobody called, nobody checked. She had attended her scheduled visits, completed her EPRO entries, done everything we asked, and not one person had picked up the phone to ask how she was feeling. She stayed in a trial not because I convinced her, because I listened to her for 20 minutes and asked if she would be willing to speak to CRC the following morning. That CRC call, one call the next day, changed everything. Patient retention is not a protocol step. It's a 3 things. Consistency, be the face they expect, the voice they know. The person calls when they said they would. Empathy first, they are not subject number. And never pressure, their right to withdraw is unconditional. Under NDCT 2019 and ICMR 2017, it is their right. And even a plain human decency also. So respect that. Something about future with a look on a present. Let's zoom out for the moment. 1.4 billion people, the most diverse patient pool on the earth, third fastest country in a global patient recruitment, a 60% cost advantage over Western research site, 8,500 plus active clinical trials registered in India today. India is not a future of clinical research. It is the present. The reason global sponsors choose us is not about our infrastructure. Yes, it is important. It is not about our cheap cost or affordable cost. It is our people and that institution who train them. And that's why I want to emphasize here role of a Bhaktivedanta hospital. Here we train them to be ready for this particular industry as a true ambassador of a clinical trial for global scenario. Every one of you in this room is a part of why India is on this particular map. Remember, feel that responsibility and work on it. I want to end with something personal. 5 things I need from every CRC, not only my CRCs. This is a request from every PI for every CRCs. 1, you are more important in this trial than you think. My name is on paper. Your work is in every single line of it. 2, every guideline exists because someone was harmed when it wasn't followed. Read the rules like they matter, because to the patient in your trial, they genuinely matter. 3. Speak up. You see things I don't see. The best catch in our site's history came from a CRC who said something doesn't feel right. That instinct saved the patient. I remember those experiences. 4. Grow deliberately. The career pathway from CRT to study manager to regular strategist is real. But no one will hand it to you. Invest in it. Work for it. But before that, want it. It is not going to be easy. You have to put an effort for that. 5. Remember the patient when paperwork feels endless. I know. My CRCs worked till 3 a.m., 2 a.m., worked on holidays. They ran to my clinic to take their signature at 10 p.m. also. I remember everything. At times, it becomes genuinely very tiring, very consuming. But remember your patients, because to them, every single visit is not a routine. It is everything for them. I'm not going to ask you to memorize guidelines today. My whole talk is not about how you should behave in your clinical operational scenario. I want how you behave as a CRC, as a responsible person in a trial scenario. I'm asking you for one commitment. Before you leave this room, write down one thing you will change at your site in the next 7 days. One thing that makes your trial safer, or your data cleaner, or your patient feel more seen, more human. Just one thing. That is how India's respiratory research legacy is built. One commitment, one sign, one breath at a time. Thank you. To the CRCs, the managers, and the investigator in this room. Thank you for the work you do every day, often without recognition, but always with purpose. I leave you with this quote. A great CRC doesn't just run a trial. They translate between science and the bedside. In a respiratory research, that translation starts with deeply understanding your PI's clinical world and never ever forgetting the patient at the center of it all. Happy World Clinical Research Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ajay Gorse, sir. Truly, what you've given to our CRCs and CRAs is not just knowledge, but ambition. You've reminded each one of them that they're not background staff in a trial. They are the frontline guardians of every signature, every sample, and every data point. And to our CRCs and CRAs in the audience, I hope you take this session not as a lecture, but as a manifesto.
As in our tradition, we would like to felicitate our esteemed speaker. I invite Miss Tanuka Ganguly, ma'am, to please come on stage and offer a token of appreciation to Dr. Ajay Godse, sir, please.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now request Mr. Sarang Vinze, Associate Director, Strategic Site Solutions at IQVR, to kindly come on stage and enlighten us on the significance of International Clinical Trial Day. So may I please request Dr. Vaibhav Salvi, sir?
slides there? Okay, all right. I'm Dr. Vaibhav from Sanofi. I head the clinical research unit for India and Southeast Asia. And today we are discussing about the International Clinical Trial Day and why it's such a big deal. I think in the morning, our deputy director has already given us a brief that despite having 20% of the disease burden in the country, we participate less than 2% of the clinical trials. And what we are trying to do as part of the Indian Society of Clinical Research is to provide that knowledge to the community that where we are at this stage, why clinical research is important for bringing the new, as we call in Sanofi, miracles of science to this part of the world where one fourth, and if I take into account the Southeast Asia as well, one fourth of the world's population lies in this part of the world, but we represent a minuscule of the entire clinical research millennium. The second component that we do, and why you should care about as clinicians as well, is the advocacy with various stakeholders, whether it is ICMR, whether it is CDSCO, the Ministry of Health, in bringing the research agenda. Because we know that usually the PI's time goes majority into the clinical activities and not into research activity. We do not have a protected research time in the agenda for the clinicians. And that's what we are trying to change to create a proactive research oriented mindset, both in terms of the curriculum. And I think with the recent news, you will be happy to know that the NMC is actually thinking of bringing the topic of clinical research into formal medical and other allied health sciences education field, so that there will be a dedicated courses now, and nobody has to specifically go into a clinical research course apart from their medical education to really learn what exactly is clinical research. So that's one good step which is happening, thanks to all the advocacy efforts from all the stakeholders. And there are on time to time different regulations which come up. I think you will remember one of the regulation about having the ethics committees registered in the country, and the kind of chaos that happened during that time when the implementation is not smooth, when the stakeholders voices are not heard, and when appropriate processes and steps are not implemented. So something similar to that should not happen when we have new ways of accreditation which are coming. And the latest one, I think you might have heard from the Bioshakti mission, and that was also there in the budget which was presented by our honorable finance minister, Sitharaman. And this is the first time, at least I have heard about clinical research in the finance budget of the country. So I think that itself is a big testament to how the government themselves feel that clinical research is an important part and parcel of this, moving from the volume based pharmaceutical industry, from generics, towards value based industry where we bring the biologics, the latest innovations into the country. And that's where I think the work which CRCs are doing, the work that PIs are doing, and the millennium that institutions like Bhaktivedanta is doing is really important and critical. Without this, nothing is going to happen. So I think I would first like to congratulate the institution, the PIs who are working for it, the CRCs for doing really nice job. There are lot many posters, and if uh, you have not already seen it, I think I will request you to go and see the posters which are posted on the walls outside. Tremendous work is being done in this institution, and that's the testament of this support and the dedication that the institutes put for the clinical research. And I would like to thank all the CRCs. I think there are a couple of names there uh, already. I think Pritha, Saloni, Amrita, Mario, many people, many people have done excellent work. So good presentation. I would request all the CRCs to stand up here, and we would like to thank them for all the
efforts they are putting, all the activities they are doing. Thank you so much for the task, your dedication. Without that, nothing is going to happen. And I think BPI has already acknowledged in the earlier session how important your task is. So thank you so much for taking the time and doing the work which is required for bringing the clinical research in this country. With that, I will just have a few introductory slides from the Indian Society for Clinical Research. This is a non-profit society which works for the clinical research industry as well as all the stakeholders. So it's not only a sponsor associated industry. We have ethics committee as members. We have PIs in the councils. There are different councils and chapters which work on different aspects. Like to give an example, there is an ethics council which work on the ethical aspect of the clinical trial. I am part of the investigators council where we work with the investigators to identify what are the pain points the investigators are facing and how do we tackle them. And my co-chair is sitting here, Sarang Vinze, is instrumental in getting that details and doing the necessary work. And there are many other councils, clinical operations, data management, medical writing, the GCCs that we are seeing in the country, the global capability centers, is also a testament, the kind of talent that we have in this country. And we are now running the research engines for major pharmaceutical players in the country in the form of GCCs. And I think IQVIA paved the way for the same right long time back, and now everybody is following in their footsteps. So kudos to them as well for bringing that kind of talent and that kind of focus to the country so that lot many people can develop further their careers in clinical research. So we have already seen why do we celebrate this particular day, because this is the day on uh, a ship that James Lind started to work on a problem which is, as we know now, is a scurvy. And you might have seen the pirate movies where we usually see the pirates, one eye is closed, many of the teeth are disfigured, there is discoloration on their face, and that's typical, stereotypical representation of the pirates that's come from scurvy, because most of them are at sea, they don't have access to vitamin C, and therefore they develop scurvy. And all this was identified by the James Lind, and then he developed the treatment for the same in the form of 6 different things that might be effective. One of them was orange, which incidentally has vitamin C, which was developed later on, and that led to the discovery of treatment the first time in a controlled. Now, mind you, this was not a randomized controlled trial. This was just a controlled trial on a ship, and that's where the actual experimentation and doing various intervention to identify which intervention will work for this particular condition comes to place. And from there, then eventually move to the randomized controlled trials, which is now the gold standard, and eventually to the meta-analysis of multiple randomized controlled trial, where we move towards the guidelines. And as the earlier speaker has already said, the guidelines is usually the result of some serious things that have happened, and for that, it should not recur again. To make sure that it doesn't recur again, we need to follow the guidelines, which also includes, incidentally, the ICH GCP guidelines. We are aware about various activities that were done during World War II in number of patients, and based on that, there are certain guidelines, the ICH GCP guidelines, which were evaluated. So ICH GCP is not just for the data aspect, that a trial done in one part of the world is also acceptable to the other part of the world. That's one of the benefit which is there for ICH and harmonization. That's a different part, but it's also based on the ethical principles, the good clinical practice. That's the basis. That's what we represent in the Indian Society for Clinical Research. That's what we want to bring to the forefront, the patient's voice, with patient as the central piece in the whole research milieu. The second component is doing ethical clinical research, which is best for the country specific therapy areas, and to bring the new miracles of science, as we call it, to our part of the world so that our patient benefit. And it's not just for the patients who are paying, it's for everybody. So that's where the diversity and inclusion component comes into the place, that not Patients should not be left behind just because they can't speak a specific language or they are not available at a specific location at a specific multi-centric hospital. So that's the way the society is trying to bring awareness, to bring advocacy, to bring the like-minded people together so that we advance the cause of clinical research in the country. So that's primarily the theme about ICTD. And of course, we will have a detailed discussion about what are the elements which will be there in terms of diversity and inclusion, the cybersecurity, the other elements of ICH GCP in the form of a panel discussions, and we have a strong panel here. But I just wanted to give you a brief introduction of the Indian Society of Clinical Research, and I want you to join the society, to be part of it, to become the active members. All the details are available on the website. You can also write on this email address to get details. There are various chapters, 7 to 8 chapters, and councils which are available. You can be active part. So we incidentally were part of the Western chapter of the Indian Society for Clinical Research. So you can be part of that. The upcoming conference, which is an annual conference, is coming in Hyderabad in January next year. So I will invite you there to participate in the activities and contribute from your side. I saw one poster which is represented from Bhaktivedanta Hospital in ISCR, which is posted right outside. And I would expect more such poster from the institute, because the kind of research that we are doing here deserves the space in that. So thank you so much for the invitation for this. And I look forward to having a positive interactions with all. Thank you.
Thank you, Vaibhav sir. Friends, now we will now take a small break, tea break, just for 10 minutes. And I will just request all of you to have your drinks, tea and food outside and not in the auditorium. And we will resume sharply at 10:45 back into the auditorium, and we will start with the panel discussion. Thank you so much.
मोठं डिटेल्ड हे अजेंडा कुठे आहे? अदितीला विचार ना, अदितीकडे आहे का?
उधर रखा है शायद. बोल दे कि we are resuming the session kindly. We are resuming the session.
तू बोल ना.
Hello everyone, we are resuming the session shortly. Please assemble back to the auditorium.
मैं ये बोल रही हूँ तो तू यहाँ से सारे सब बोल उसको. ये तुम्हारा है? हाँ. हाँ. नहीं मैंने लिखा ही है अंदर, इसके अंदर लिख दिया. May I please request all our CRCs and CRAs to please occupy the front seats so that you can have a more interactive panel discussions and you can ask questions to them. Please come forward.
सब नहीं आए, 2 सेकंड और रुकते हैं.
So welcome back. I hope the tea break was refreshing. So we'll move forward now. So some questions in clinical research cannot be answered by one expert. How do we operationalize risk-based quality management in a resource-constrained site? How do we balance decentralized trial models with India's data localization realities? How do we make ICH GCP E6 Revision 3 a daily practice and not a periodic panic? These are not questions for monologues, they are questions for dialogues. And this is what the next 50 minutes will be, a dialogue among some of the sharpest minds in the field of Indian clinical research.
It is my privilege now to introduce the architect of this conversation, our moderator for the panel, Mr. Sarang Vinze. He is Associate Director, Strategic Site Solution IQVI. He has clinical research experience with 25 years across clinical operations, site strategy, and project management. He also holds a position of Co-Chair Investigator Council for ISCR. May I request Mr. Sarang Vinze to take the center seat and Dr. Vijay Kumar Gauri to please welcome him. Along Mr. Sarang on the panel, may I welcome Miss Swapnali Raut, Director Clinical Operation, GlaxoSmithKline India. Starting from clinical research as a coordinator, Swapnali ma'am has held roles of increasing responsibility like Clinical Research Associate, Project Manager, Head of Monitoring, Compliance Oversight, Lead Director of Clinical Research for India and region. Her work experiences spans across organizations like GSK, Pfizer, and Parexel. She also holds a position of Chair Training Quality and Compliance Council for ISCR.
Now, may I please request Dr. Vaibhav Salvi, Director and Head, Clinical Study Unit, India and Southeast Asia from Sanofi R&D, Clinical Sciences and Operations, to come on the stage. He is a physician by training with specialization in cardiovascular sciences. He has more than 2 decades experience in clinical research and medical affairs. He also holds a position of Chair Investigator Council for ISCR.
Next panelist for day is Ms. Tanuka Ganguly, Director Global Site Activation IQVI, with a rich career spanning over 28 years. Tanuka ma'am is a seasoned professional in the field of clinical research. Her experience is diverse and comprehensive, encompassing sectors such as hospitals, clinical research organizations, and pharmaceutical industries. She also holds a position of Member Ethics Council for ISCR.
And now, from our host institution, may I invite Dr. Vijay Kumar Gavli, Sir, Medical Superintendent, Center of Excellence, Clinical Research and Medical Education, Bhaktivedanta Hospital Research and Institute. He also holds a position of Member CRC Workstream for ISCR.
Okay, sir, over to the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. The co-hosts have made me actually an architect. I don't know whether I qualify for that, but thanks for the introduction. And one of the themes of our discussions is also diversity and inclusion. And if you look at the panel, you will see exactly how balanced it is. We have the gender representation, we have sponsors, we have CRO, and we also have sites. So that's the perfect balance that we have in the panel as well. So thanks for that. And I want to start with what Dr. Ajay Godse said about the CRCs, and also what Dr. Weber touched upon about the CRCs. And one of the sentence on Dr. Ajay Godse's slide was, be ready for the change in the career. And I want to really highlight 2 cases here, which you see in front of you. Tanuka was the CRC herself for more than 4 years in TMH, and so was Swapnali. She was the CRC in KJ Somaya Hospital. So from there to here is a possibility, right? And he was also a CRC, right? So from CRC to the clinical research expert or SME is definitely a possibility. So don't think it that way, that the change is not going to happen, right? So with that, thanks for the introduction, and thanks to the panel members, and thanks to the entire Bhaktivedanta Hospital, right from the management to the fantastic organizing team led by Dr. Vijay and Dr. Tejasvi and the entire team here. Thanks for having us here. I also want to thank the ISCR management, ISCR secretariat, and the ISCR ICTD team, a project management team, who kind of works and channelizes the entire programs here. And also want to thank the distinguished panel members to be here on the Saturday early morning, if I can say. So thanks for that. So the first question has to be an operational question. So coming to you, Tanuka, since you are going to talk about on RBM, for someone who's new to the clinical research, what do you think the risk-based monitoring or quality management, or RBQM as we know it, has it for the sites? What is it that sites need to consider, or what are the first steps that they need to take as a site?
Thanks, Sarang. It was expected that you will put me on the spot first. So one thing I would like to mention here, because whoever is working with Bhaktivedanta and the CRCs we are seeing here, and I think before the panel, half the things have been, I think 90% of things have been already been covered by Dr. Godse. who has very rightly pointed out few points. And if you have heard that, I'm mainly addressing to the CRCs. If you have heard that and if you follow that, it's already done. Your work is already done. But again, we work with few jargons, definitely. So if we talk about risk-based monitoring or risk-based quality management, actually there is no difference. Very frankly speaking, what we used to do earlier and what we are doing now, it's a systematic approach. Earlier, it was, we have seen even CRCs, when you were seeing your CRAs are coming now. Earlier, it was 100% SDV. From page 1 to last page, everything we used to check. Now it has changed. Now the focus is more on what is most critical to quality, what is your focus, what is your study endpoint. So more focus on those points. But again, as a CRC, please do not think that rest of the things are not important. Those things are very important too. But the thing is, when you are looking at, for example, endpoints in some studies, maybe questionnaire completed by the subjects. So are you really looking at and seeing they are completing it properly? Something is missing. Dr. Godse has also mentioned, do not complete it for them. This is a GCP violation. Ensure they are completing. Remember, all these small things are going to be the fundamental or basics of the data quality, which is going to coming out from the studies happening, from the studies at your site. And even if you are a cog in the wheel, but remember, if cog comes loose, the entire wheel is not going to work. So please remember few things. And when it comes to RBQM, remember that we don't need to, at site, we don't need to invent those details. Those are already embedded into the protocol, which needs to be looked at, which are the endpoints, which we need to really look at. So think about those systematic approach and focus on those, but do not lose focus on the other things. Remember, currently, if in a study there is an just hypothetically maybe 40% SDR or SDV, your CRA will be coming, they will be looking at 40% of the data. Maybe they will be looking at consent, they will be looking eligibility, then maybe AE, maybe after 3 visits, what are the endpoints coming out, etc. But that doesn't mean you are not going to focus on the rest of the things or documenting how the documentation is happening in the rest of the things. But ensure that all those key parameters are noted down, these are properly documented and kept in place. So even if the entire process has been shifted, there is a paradigm shift from complete SDV to risk-based monitoring or risk-based quality management, it doesn't mean that we will only focus on those areas and maintain quality. We have to manage quality from end to end. So that is something. But remember, very critically, when your protocol comes, discuss with the CRAs. Very important, have a very detailed discussion with PI. Try to understand what is happening and think first, then start working. Please look at your protocol, look at the inclusion exclusion criteria, look at the critical parameters first, and then start working with your subjects. If you are not aware about something, don't hesitate to ask questions. Ask questions, clarify those questions, and never ever try to correct something which you have already done. Please do correction, but it has to be authenticated, it has to be documented, it has to be discussed, there has to be a clarification with audit trail. So whatever we are seeing today in today's world, risk-based monitoring or risk-based quality management, that may be at a shift in the operational approach, but the basic remains same, that we need to manage quality from end to end. That the record keeping or the checking of the record, the verification of record may be a percentage of that, but the flow of work which is happening at the site, that is not going to change at all. That's my take on entire thing.
So thanks for the detailed risk-based monitoring approach. So risk-based monitoring is also about the trends, about looking at what is happening, and then taking the monitoring. As she said, we don't have to monitor every single activity. We select based on the trends. So from one trend to another, moving to quality or FDA or inspections, Swapnali, let me turn over to you. What are the top three inspection trends that you think our Indian sites should know, and not just know, but act on as well? So your point on that.
Sure. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for having me on this panel. I hope you all are able to hear me well. I hear some kind of echo myself. And thank you, Dr. Gavdi and your team for having us here. I've had wonderful experience since morning being here. Sarang, you did talk about my past experience as CRC. I did start as a CRC at a site. So I was at the ground there. And as I moved up in my career, my connect with sites has reduced a bit. Now I spend a lot of time with data, metrics, projections, startup timelines, and so on. But I love being at site because that is where I have started. And I do not miss any opportunity to being with sites, being with CRCs, being with PIs, sub-Is, ECs, and so on. So as soon as Sarang contacted me for this, I had no other thought. I did speak with my team and said, I want approval to go to a site. And my team sitting in offices abroad, even they did not think twice because they said this is site engagement activity. You ought to be at site. Site is where action happens. Coming to the question that Sarang has for me, what are the trends or observations coming from US FDA site inspections, MHRA inspections, or even DCGI site inspection? DCGI has been doing a lot of inspections of late. The key thing is about protocol compliance. Okay, not complying to the needs of protocol. Examples under that domain are eligibility concerns, are about reporting of A's and SA's not meeting with the regulatory requirements as well as protocol requirements. Okay. And what is important here is the shift is on important protocol deviations. In olden days, when I was a CRC, protocol deviations were classified as major and minor. Those definitions have become obsolete now. Now what we say is important protocol deviations. So regulators focus on important protocol deviations. They focus on why deviation happened, how it happened, what could have been done to prevent it. Dr. Godse talked about CAPAs. And all regulators are focusing on reasoning, on rational. CAPAs enough are not good enough. And I'll talk about this aspect of reasoning later as well. Moving on from protocol compliance, the second theme is about source documentation, ALCOA, right? Source documents are not consistent, not completed in real time. Some entries have happened 6 months after subject visit. How would we, recollect what happened 6 months prior, right? Then in today's world, source data doesn't only sit in the files of the subject at hospital. It is captured in various other systems as well. It could be a lab system, or EPRO also is a source system. And hence regulators focus on all the streams from where source data comes in, not limited to the site binder, right? And how these systems connect with each other, how the data flows, and whether there are interface gaps as well is something that is looked at. And the third thing is about documentation gaps. TMFs or site master files are not adequate. They do not tell the true picture, right? Picture should be evident basis documentation, and one doesn't need to explain it out of memory. Yeah, I remember 6 months back that had happened, this had happened, and so on. So these are the three themes. There are many more themes as well. Uh, Although you asked about three, I'll just sneak in a fourth one. uh, Oversight of various vendors deployed in a study. How robust is that? Even if a site has contracted with a lab, or if a site has SMO, what kind of oversight? Is it documented? Is it detailed? What are action taken in response to the issues that have emerged? Is also a key theme which is seen these days.
Right. Thanks. That's again a very very detailed answer as to where we are. And she did talk about EPRO and EISF and etc. So technology is embedded in the trials now. So from that, I want to take it to you, Dr. Vijay. Recent we have been seeing decentralized trials or elements of decentralized trial like EPRO, EISF, or even in some cases eSource as well, getting into the trials at a very very large scale. So for Indian scenario, what is your opinion on decentralized trial? What are decentralized trial? What are hybrid trials? And how our Indian sites are ready for it, or are they ready, or they are not ready yet? So both the ways. Thanks.
Now today I am speaking about decentralized clinical trials. I remember 2003 or 4, maybe 22 years back, when I was a CRC at Jaslok Hospital. We used to get those big files, case report forms. There used to be 3 papers, one below another, with the self xerox, pink yellow. They used to get retrieved, and I used to feel so happy to write on that. So I think we may lose that touch now. But to simplify and speak in a minute, to address the question directly, what Sarang sir has asked. So decentralized clinical trials, I think most of us may be knowing. If you really want to understand in very simple language, it will be funny. Let's say that your current clinical trial which we do, which are happening at the clinical site, is like going to the restaurant. So we go to the restaurant, we order food. But it's good when we go to the restaurant. You can, if you're ordering pizza, you can request thoda extra sauce de do. When you go to the restaurant, that is possible also. So that is like doing a clinical trial at the hospital, which most of us are doing currently at the moment. So imagine a second situation where you are ordering everything at home. Pizza is also home. The vendor is coming to you with a soft drink. You are having a chilling with the Netflix on. So that is like a pure decentralized clinical trial. Everything served on your plate at the patient home. Consent bhi udhar hoga. You will have the medication dispatched to you. You will have the lab people going and collecting the sample from your home. Everything is at home. What is losing is that maybe the doctor's connection. That also happens through a video chat. So there is like a pure decentralized clinical. Everything is served to the patient at his or her home. And hybrid is like, I'm sure many of you must have done when you attend the interview online. So at least I have done that. So on top you have a very nice jacket and tie, niche chaddi. So that is a hybrid clinical trial. So both the things. So in a hybrid, what happens is that the few visits can be done at the patient. However, the critical things like PET CT, MRI, or for any medical emergency situation, patient has to come here. So it is a hybrid. Now, to understand this and where India stands here, if you see, there is a trial done by Pfizer long back on urinary active bladder. That was in 2011, and they stopped in 1 year only. And if you go to the website, you will see the US FDA stating why the trial was closed, because no patient in the trial. But they felt that, okay, patient will also be identified online, consent online, medication online, everything online. But patient didn't turn up. So that is like a pure decentralized clinical trial, but failed. If you see the another example, just last year by Jensen, where they are trying to compare the Apple Watch with the Apple app, they would like to see whether that data which we collect, whether we are able to see the atrial fibrillation, is that accurate enough? Will that able to help us to know whether patient will go into atrial fibrillation or will have myocardial infarction or heart attack? So there it is very successful trial, and it was done on US citizens, 65 citizens, 65 years old. That was a successful. I think these two situations, if you see the extreme, one got failed in 11, and other is very successful running, though the hybrid one. So that tells all of us Indians maybe a shift, the line, or maybe a large learning curve, which we must absorb in next 24 months if we really want those kind of trials to do in India. And India, I don't think it is difficult. I was invited last month at Geo Center, where Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis was also there. And I was speaking about the clinical trials, the role of AI. It was a huge conference, and I think all of us must be very proud and happy that Chief Minister announced around 5,000 CR, and they are building a great airport in Nagpur. So I was there at that conference, and there also he spoke about Sanjeevani. In India, we have Sanjeevani telemedicine, which we started COVID-19. That's the largest platform in the world today. We have Aadhaar-enabled digital identities today. And we have a mobile data cost, which is the lowest in the world today. And I think all these systems, so all cards in place. So we are ready to embark on the journey. What is probably maturing is probably training ourselves, or ethics community need to get sensitized to what does it mean by decentralized clinical trial. If those things, if we got understood, I think we will be able to embrace the the decentralized clinical trials as well.
Thanks. I think your answer also was a hybrid answer with clinical research and the practical spin to it. I never imagined hybrid trials could be explained in this manner. Probably those who thought of it might be shuddering about it. I don't know, but that's a nice spin. I mean, easy to understand to everyone. So, as you rightly said, that we are in the digital era. We need to embrace digital activities as well. But with that, I think comes the security part as well. So I will turn it over to Vaibhav to check with you as to what are the common cyber security mistakes that probably sites or I'm not blaming everything at the site. It's every one of us that need to be sure on and need to consider that we make it right, so that the quality team here is also complied with, right? So what's your opinion on that?
Okay, so I think there are 3-4 major areas or buckets where we can put the risk and then take appropriate measures. So let's talk about the risk. First is about access. So whether the access is controlled, that means there are individual passwords, or all the CRCs share the same password, or the roles share the same login and password. It's not role specific. Okay, that's kind of access specific. And why that becomes important is because anybody can impersonate if there is no two-factor authentication. See, nowadays, even accessing your Gmail, you require a two-factor authentication. You can put that thing so that nobody else can access your details and emails, etc. So that's one element, that is the access part. The second component is device. Whether it is a device that is laptop or spirometry, digital spirometry, or an ePRO with the patient. Whether that device itself stores the data, and if that data can be taken out and modified before it goes to the systems. Okay, so that's one element. Second element in the device itself is whether that device has encryption codes, right? Whether it is encrypted data and the codes for releasing that encryption. Because a funny thing had happened, I think incidentally at one of the Nagpur site, they have the laptop encrypted, and to decrypt that data, the encryption code is written in plain text. So anybody can see that text and then decrypt that data. So that's something to be careful about. The third component is about network, whether the Wi-Fi is secure or whether it is an open Wi-Fi. Can anybody enter through that Wi-Fi network, what we call as M2M attack, man in the middle attack? So if somebody can hack that network and then modify the data without you knowing it, so that's a risk, right? So that's the network specific elements. The next is about cloud. Nowadays, the data goes into cloud. So how secure is your cloud? Is it hosted on the HTTPS domains? Does it based on validated 21 CFR Part 11 compliant tools? most of the global things now on Amazon platform or Google Cloud or Microsoft Azure are secure, but there are other players as well, and we need to validate whether they have the same kind of cyber security elements as us or not. And lastly, one important element is about the data privacy. So it's not only about access to data, but access to sensitive data as defined in the Indian IT Act. Now, with the onset of the digital data privacy rules, this becomes even more important. Can anyone guess what is the penalty if there is a single incidence of the data privacy breach that happens? The minimum penalty is 50 crores. Okay, so that's the kind of volume that we are looking at. And another question. We know that most of the details like mobile numbers, etc., are available in the dark web. Okay, so there is a credit card data and there is healthcare data. So what will be the difference between the cost of the credit card data and health card data in terms of getting this data from dark web? So your credit card data is available at 2 rupees. Your health data is available at 380 rupees. So that's the sensitivity of the health data. And therefore, complying with the digital data privacy rules becomes important. So these are broadly the risk elements, and we can take it further if anybody is interested in further details.
Thanks, Vaibhav. You talked a lot on data devices, and so that connects me to the next question for Tanuka on the data transparency and the traceability. So, if you can explain what data traceability means, because when the auditors or inspectors come, they also look at the traceability of data, right? Not just on the paper, but now in the digital world, in digital data as well. So what do you, can you explain that on the data traceability and how transparent it would be, whether we want to keep it in the normal web or the dark web?
So before we even go to the traceability part, I just want to, because as today's session is mainly addressed to the CRCs, just wanted to have you just give it a thought that why we need this data traceability. If you see in the study, in any clinical research, we do not call it either a medicine or drug, we call it investigational drug. So means it is still not a definitive therapy or a treatment, and it has still not come to a where we call it a prescribed medicine level. Okay, so it's still an investigational drug. So when we are using an investigational drug, what is the next logical activities are happening? Some investigation is going on, right? So like, though it's a very far off hypothesis or an example, even in a crime scene, what they try to find out, they investigate the clues, the information, the data available at the crime scene to create the entire story, to complete that investigation and come to a judgment and come to a conclusion. Similarly, if you see that when we are doing a clinical trial, we are investigating a drug's potentiality, how effective it is, how safe it is, given any therapeutic indication. So what is going to be very important? So when the study is happening, you are juggling with a lot of documents, right? We call it very loosely term these things as a source document. So what are those? Your in any hospital patient's document, the chart, the lab report, something you are scribbling when you are hurrying from one department to another department in a piece of paper, and every other information. Patient was admitted, there was IPD chart, patient went to some other clinician, maybe for some reason, for some indication or some adverse event, those information. So everything needs to be coming together in one place. From there, what we do not directly transcribe or directly enter things into the ECRF or CRF. We transcribe the things which are there in your source document to ECRF or CRF or wherever you are entering your data. So if somebody else is coming tomorrow, like, somebody else is coming and looking at the document, first thing is going to be whether the information available or given into the CRF, the story CRF is telling, whether the same story is matching with the data you are giving into through your source document. So every document, every piece of document is very important when you are managing a subject in clinical trial. Also remember, they are not a subject in clinical trial, they are patients too. So their treatment is also very important. So keep patient safety into the center, because patient is in the center of whatever we do. So keep everything, think from that angle, that tomorrow one inspector is coming, you are working years together in an hospital in Bhaktivedanta, creating those documents. Somebody is coming from the US who doesn't know anything about how you maintain the data, which document is for what is there, how you are tracing everything together to create that information you are giving, means that data is coming out from the CRF. So if you want that your data you are generating with so much of work, with your PI, the entire hospital administration, the clinical research department, if you think that everything has to be an evaluable data, it should translate into an evaluable data, you need to focus on your source documents. So what are the source documents? As mentioned earlier, your patient's file, all charts, all lab reports, entire thing will be considered as data, source document. So those documents need to be traceable. So traceable in terms of, because when somebody is coming to inspect or check, I have the CRF, I don't have the data. I have the patient's file, but I don't have the lab reports. I have the document with me, but yeah, I know it is that day's document, but there is no date or signature on it. So is it an authenticated document? No. So not only you should be able to trace your document, we speak a lot about ALCOA. So now it has come to ALCOA plus plus. So I'm not talking about all the things in ALCOA, we all know. Very important that it has to be consistent. It has to be it has to be what I would say, that you can trace it, or you can find it out when inspection is knocking at your door, maybe from some closed study. You should not be that time telling them, okay, I do not have the source document available with us. So in clinical trial, like if you document, then you do. If it is not documented, it's not done. So those documents and documents traceability creates that entire story for you, for an inspector to check that what exactly happened to a patient. So those documents need to be a standalone documents. So remember, whenever you are, rather than going into big words or jargons and all, if we tell it very simply, your documents should be in a flow. It has to have it contemporaneous. When we are saying that, today it happened, do not go down the line 6 months, because memory fades, right? Dr. Godse also told us. So note it down. We are seeing consent given today, but some tests was done, protocol specific tests before that. So consent doesn't matter. So this is a GCP violation. So remember to create that entire story, so one step at a time, from the day on, your eligibility check, the patient is eligible, consented, coming into things, that visit by visit, all reports, entire data should be supporting what you have written into your CRF. If you are changing, at times we write incorrectly, some entries happen incorrectly, but remember, if you are correcting something, there has to be an explanation before that. For that, you are changing patients some vitals, maybe correcting something, writing something else. It has to be documented why you have done that. It has to be dated, it has to be signed to ensure that that's a valid change into the data, why you are changing it. So all these small things, if you check, I think that makes the entire thing a full, very foolproof data quality which is coming out from the site. Because all data comes from site, it cannot come from anywhere else, because site is where the patients are and you all are interacting with the subjects. So few things always remember: do not try to just gloss on some error which is happening. Escalate on time. If you are seeing something already has happened, just because we are referring to Dr. Godse's speech, because he has told almost half the things we were supposed to tell. So because he has mentioned that this is the CRC's job, when he has not realized, CRC realized that there is a deviation happened. Completing a deviation form is not a problem, but not reporting a deviation is a big issue. So those kind of things we need to take care of when we are talking about traceability, because if the all data can be traced, only then the data can be reliable.
Absolutely. And I'll pick up two themes from your answer. One is, of course, the crime investigation and how they trace it. So just when the Sherlock Holmes come to our site, the inspectors and the traceability part that she talked about, in your experience, Swapnali, what are the first 2-3 things that those inspectors look at to create the story that she talked about, right? So because again, it's from them, it's the traceability to create the entire picture of the trial of a patient movement in the trial. So what's your opinion on that?
Overarching focus is about data integrity and participant protection. These overarching watchouts always will remain, but in today's world, there are nuances which are brought about by use of digital systems, by decentralized designs, and by use of lot of suppliers or vendors. There is an element which has come into picture as to how inspections happen in today's times because of these nuances. However, as I said, data integrity and participant protection is the key focus. I want to talk about couple of things. AI usage. Okay, regulators have adopted AI faster and in a much more detailed manner than what industry had expected them to adopt. US FDA have their own AI bot called as ELSA, which give prompts as to which sites or facilities should be picked up for inspections. And it is not only the regulator, sponsors use AI a lot. AI gives us a trend as to where one should focus, where the data is outlier, right? AI does tell us that at a particular site, majority of participants have filled their EPROs at 5 a.m. and at 10 p.m. We don't expect participants to sync and fill the data, right? 15 patients at a site, they will not sync and say that, hey, I'll enter at 5, other says I'll enter after you. But all these patterns are very well known. So before inspectors come to site, they do have a good view of what has happened at the site. All regulators have their guidelines of site inspections. They do have checklist as well. It would help to get familiar. So we prepare as to what to expect, right? We build our checklist based on what regulations talk about. And then finally, what do inspectors look at when they are at site? They check if protocol is complied with. they check if regulations are followed. And do we have documentation to prove these two goals? Okay.
Thanks. So, as you said, even the regulators have started to use a lot of AI technology, but at the same time, I'm sure there are when technology, we are talking about technology, some things become seamless, but then sometimes we also hit the no network signal as well, right? So, what are the typical blocks that you think, or especially from an operational point of view, in Indian context as far as the DCT is concerned? Because I know we are employing DCT as a part of our day-to-day life in clinical trials, but if at all we have to talk about the challenges, what could those be, or what are those in your experience?
So anyway, there is no option if we really want our jobs remains. So we need to have the decentralized concept of clinical trials also in India. So as a NABH assessor, as a government assessor, when I travel and audit various hospitals across the country, so when the NABH, the National Accredited Body for Healthcare Providers, when they trained us as auditors, I remember that was long back, 2016. They had trained us to ensure that we are enablers and not regulators. So that was the central theme, how we got trained from the government. So what I'm going to share in next 1 minute probably is about what I hear from the doctors to whom I meet, the directors, the ethics committee members at clinical trial site. What is their viewpoint about decentralized clinical trials in India? Can we really do it? What are the obstacles? What Mr. Sang is asking. So if you have heard, there is Carnico's network. That is the, if you go to the Google, you will see that network is for the cancer patients. I think so over 85 countries. If you study their model, then I think if we could take that model, we will not see what they do is that particular model, which is working nicely across 85 countries. Obviously, there would be challenges when you do decentralized clinical trials. So whether to consider them as a challenge or whether to consider them that as an input to your design is the mindset. If we adopt that mindset, I think it is going to be easy for us also to do those decentralized clinical trials. And the few basic things, as I think all of you are aware, the culture is different and our patients are not very comfortable, everything happening remotely. They want to see the doctors. Unless and until doctor ने touch नहीं किया, तब तक मैं ठीक ही नहीं हुआ. So we are in that culture. So unless I see the doctor speak, but Western culture is different. But having said though, few things should be in place so that we really get decentralized clinical trials for, and all of us would like to participate and do that. Is the, now what that Carnicos model does is that they have their own vendors when they go to the patient and do lab collections. Like that, we cannot outsource everything to the vendors. So the vendors may not have Aloka compliant SOPs. They may have their own SOP. Like as a medical administrator, as a medical superintendent of this hospital, I have a lot of vendors for my patient. Everybody does business. I also do business here. So I want earn money. So I send vendors. They go to the patient's houses, collect samples, and I process it here. I earn money. But they're least bothered about what is Alocon, or what we talk today. So maybe we select right people who have those SOPs. That is one aspect which we need to adopt. Second is if you see the IMP, the investigational medicinal product, the summer season, abhi hum summer season mein hai. So how do we maintain that temperature? So we need to have a cloud-based temperature monitoring. So the excursion can be picked on the same day. The wrong IP is going to the patient, which he is hoping that something great is coming to my home. So those aspects, I think, if we need to take care. And the last, I would say, the connectivity in India. This is a huge issue, and all of us face every day. And when we say decentralized, the connectivity has to be great. So what we could do is maybe a check before we actually start such trial. We select, let's say, 3 random patients at different location, see whether the connectivity is going great. And if that is established probably, then I think we are good to go. So little small things. If we look into that, then I think it is not that difficult. These are the obstacles I mentioned, but we can, I think, easily overcome those.
Thanks. And you actually touched one very good point about how patients feel in India, that jab tak mujhe dekha nahi, tab tak I don't feel that I'm being treated. And that's exactly the theme of the next question about inclusion of the patient and the diversity as well. So right, so in that, with that context in mind, what the diversity and inclusion principles which we talk about, I mean, their context probably would be different in global world, as Dr. Vijay said. So when you look at from a protocol perspective or a study design perspective, but keeping that in mind with our Indian sites, what do you think that where we are, I mean, as compared to the global sites and in Indian scenario?
All right. So I think diversity and inclusion is a very important aspect for bringing the drugs which are relevant for the population. So that's the first element. Wherever we are doing the trials, whether the disease area or the treatment that we are bringing, which is relevant to the population under consideration. Now, how do we make sure of that? So let's take some concrete examples. Sickle cell anemia. Okay, it's a tribal disease. So how many tribals do go to the centers where we actually do clinical trial? Okay. Second, let's take example of PROs, the patient reported outcomes, where there are validated translations available from the vendors or the third party things which have been standardized. Now we can't create those in another language by ourselves. Those has to be validated by the same vendor. Otherwise, it will be invalid. So let's take example of Orissa. Orissa has been traditionally underrepresented in clinical trials. And therefore, many of these PROs are not translated in ODI language. And to get it translated from the vendor, it requires an additional time. And time is money, right? The more you delay the development, the more development cost increases and other things. But somebody has to take that bullet and do something about it. So that's what we are doing, that we try to get at least one side, and good, now we have AIMS Bhubaneswar side in Orissa, which is really nice site. So we try to get from them into the trial as far as possible so that these PROs get translated. And once somebody does that, once Novartis does that, once GSK does that, once Sanofi does that, then next time it becomes easy for somebody else to conduct trial in that part of the area. So that's our commitment, to bring that kind of trial exposure to that part of the world. All right. Third thing is about public-private. So are we reaching the areas where traditionally we don't go? Let's take example, multiple sclerosis. It's a disease of a cool climate. So we know Shimla, PGI Chandigarh, AIMS Delhi, those are the sites. But in certain cases, we were pleasantly surprised that the SPMS, a type of multiple sclerosis, the higher number of cases are in Kerala. Okay, so in Kozhikode, we got many patients. And that would not have been possible if we did not think out of the box. And this is also a lesson for us, because to find that SPMS patient, our initial target was 26. We couldn't find 8 patients in the country. And 5 of that came from Kozhikode. So that's also a way to diversify our own perspective, that where patients are located, and then going there and then providing that facility, because it's also injustice for the patient for them to expect to travel from Kozhikode to Delhi just to participate in a trial, right? So that's the kind of thing we are looking at. Another example, old patients in digital era using an app on PRO. Is it legible? So the user interface has to be effective. The font size has to be efficient for them to look into. Another area, female participation. So we talk about having more females in clinical trial. Of course, the exclusion criteria is like breastfeeding and pregnancy stays. But are we making it conducive for women to participate? That means having the child care facility at the hospital while the lady is attending the trial visit, or having weekend visits or evening visits for somebody, let's say daily wage earners. For them, it may not be possible to visit the site during the working hours. So are we having that facilitation for that they can participate as per their convenience and not necessarily the convenience of the site or the sponsor? Okay. So that's another element. And finally, about those with disabilities, are our facilities wheelchair compatible? I attended a conference in most recently in Bangalore. The panelists could not get up on the floor. So That's the kind of thing we are looking at. So we don't think about those disability elements. Somebody who is, let's say, visually impaired or deaf, do we have that kind of facilities available where they can explain the ICF in sign language? Children and adolescents, they have different requirements. So do we have the facilities to have that kind of environment to make it conducive for them to participate? I will stop there. These are just few examples to look at, thought-provoking examples to look at when we decide what is the D&I for Indian context.
That was very nice, Vaibhav. Really nice. I mean, in Indian context, it does make a lot of sense having these points considered. So, we are coming to the last part of our conversation. So, if I have to ask each one of you, all the panel members, if you want to name one capability that the Indian sites must have, in or they have it probably as of today, but if at all we have to project our sites at the global level, what is it that we need to concentrate on? As I mean, it's not just on sites, it's for all of us as well, right? So what are those one point if you want to highlight for Indian sites, starting with you, Swapnali?
I'll talk about predictability. Yeah. And happy to speak more if we have time.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So our sites often commit patients, but when it comes to actual enrollment, we don't see those numbers. It is like ordering 20 shirts, delivering 4, but those 4 also are faulty, which means data of those subjects have some problems, eligibility problems, and so on. It is also linked with the startup as well. I see on that standee startup excellence, right? Uh, Again, sites do not offer predictable startup timelines. They do say that we start in 2 months, 3 months, parallel to the EC submission, but the actual startup timelines are much longer.
So I will, I think, talk about the EHR, electronic health records, and I think that centrally is linked to multiple factors. So just to elaborate few of the elements, one I think Swapnali has already talked about. So increasingly, what sponsors are doing is utilizing the electronic health records anonymously with third-party vendors to identify sites. Where is the possibility of having these patients? And if we have up-to-date EHR, the feasibility process, the predictability becomes easy. Second component, but what's in it for site themselves? Why should they do it, right? That's where your own data interpretation using the AI tools and getting it published becomes important. Third element is about having the local registries. Many a times we refer to the global registries, they have the data available, and then we extrapolate the data to Indian context. Why not have our own registries? And I think National Cancer Grid is doing a wonderful job in that element. And that's the need of the hour that we have in other elements as well. So if EHR, every site has an EHR, or every doctor has an electronic medical record, linking that becomes easy because we already have the digital public infrastructure in the form of UPI, in the form of other cloud-based systems. So linking is not a problem. Having that infrastructure first is something that we need to look into. And finally, that will solve all the problems about the source data errors, the one-time entry, the duplication errors, and all those things, because directly we can enter this data. And we have done this study in MD Anderson, where the electronic records directly go into EDC. There is no data entry required. Okay. And finally, the decentralized trial. So this will pave way for the decentralized trial because we can provide access. We have done a study for the continuous glucose monitoring where patient doesn't have to come to the site at all. And 16 weeks, all the data automatically gets uploaded. It gets analyzed also digitally using AI tools and gets presented, and patient receive the lay summaries as well. So everything is possible using that digital element. So my thing will be EHR.
So I have.
Sir, me? Okay.
Wait, you go next.
Then you go next. I'll close it.
Okay. So I have a laundry list. So that list is huge, but I'm not getting into that. Sapnali addressed one, Vaibhav addressed one. One thing I would like to see that source document and archival facility that we are seeing given paucity of space, lack of understanding, or that we are not in that sense educated enough to understand that how important these documents are. So that clarity, that understanding has to be there. So I'm seeing that we are still struggling whenever an inspection comes up, post closeout of a study, to retrieve documents. Documents are not kept in properly. Files are not maintained properly. The archival facilities are not enough. So I think if we want data traceability, if we want to be inspection ready, I think that is one area we need to pay some more attention.
So I will just speak for a few seconds, and I think my comments will come from what I observed when I go and audit. So don't feel bad, but all of us are part of it. Data integrity is a huge issue even now when I go and meet CRCs and PIs. So sometimes they backdate in front of me.
It's the NABH assessor also is talking here.
So I think the data integrity will not able to earn the trust from the global leaders otherwise. So data integrity is very critical. And अभी क्या होता है कि data integrity for including me is for monitoring visits when you people come to me for my hospital audit. But if could change that thought process to everyday practice, 365 days, we should able to attribute whatever data we collect. What will happen is that instead of considering those things, data integrity, deviations, these things. So if you see there are deviations, we need not worry. So I always tell whenever I go, these are not something which is be afraid of. So it's just a small triggers which helps us. And we need to improve and move on. And if data integrity can be proved from India, that is the major concern globally sponsors have raised when, as an NABH committee member, when we discussed among the assessors, auditors, what is the issue? क्योंकि हम बैठ के बड़ी बड़ी बातें करते हैं वहाँ पे to take India globally बड़ा but then I think all of us need to contribute, and then I think we will not just be competitive globally, but I think we'll be preferred, in fact. Yeah, thank you.
Right. And I think you asked me to name one as well. So what I will do is I'll actually connect all this, what you said about the being predictable, what you talked about EHR, you talked about the archival, you talked about integrity. So one common theme really is the quality mindset. I think we need to get into that. And as you rightly said, it's not just at the time of the monitoring visit or the inspection. I think Dr. Godse also touched upon that as well, that you need to be ready every single time, right from the day one. So just the way Vaibhav said, that EHR is about having the right data available so that you can start in a nice manner. Then you become predictable, then you become archive ready as well, because you don't need an archival, and then integrity issue will also not come because you already have seen everything in digital manner. But only if we have the quality mindset, I think that's where we need to, as an industry together and as a country together, we need to grow. So if I have to pick up one thing, is the quality mindset. It's not that we don't have it. We need to embrace it and continue it and maintain it throughout. Right? Probably not applicable for site like Bhaktivedanta, but then we know every site is not Bhaktivedanta, right? So that's where we are. So thank you for the panel members for their insightful discussions. The organizers, do we have time for a question, or? We have 5 minutes. Okay, so 5 minutes for the question, and then 2 minutes for me to close. Yes. No, there is a question. No, there is a question. We have not.
Hello.
There is a question.
I'm audible, right?
Yes, you are.
So my name is Vishal. I'm from Kokla Vendrubhai Bani Hospital. So my question is, so what I have often seen at my site, so when there are layovers for monitors, a whole team is changing, and a new monitor comes at our site, we have to look for their viewpoints of the data integrity. So should it change or it should remain the same?
Who wants to take it?
So maybe
He's bold enough to take it.
Yeah. So the basic tenet should not change.
Correct.
The ways of working can change.
Absolutely.
Right? But the basic tenets should not change. And I think that's where the continuity comes into play. And I understand in long-term trials, so we have a multiple sclerosis trials for 6 years.
Correct.
And in that time, 3 CRAs change. So I can understand the pain point that you are referring to. But the basic tenet should remain the same. And that's the quality of handover that we need from the previous CRA to the next CRA, as well as the on-site visit, because many a times this handovers happens off-site and not on-site. So if it happens on-site, then there will be a better understanding and better utilization of the time from all the three elements so that the continuity happens.
Thanks. So the way we have CRC training here, I think training for the CRAs also becomes very important. How to hand over, and also it's the responsibility of, though whoever is representing sponsor, but doesn't mean that's only his responsibility. It's everyone's responsibility, including the CROs, including the quality team, including the trainings as well. So it's a combination of what he rightly said. It's an training as well as of the CRAs as well, right? And imbibing that quality mindset in everyone's mind. Yeah. I think one more. Sure. You are a site. Go on.
I think my next question would be for the e-data. So let's say what I have often seen for ETMF, I would say. So ETMF wasn't there earlier. Yeah, it comes. It has came like now this time. So now we have already sent some of the data, like you can say scans of CDA, the CTA, and other ISAP stuffs, right? So, and at the end of the trial, the CRA asked us, like, now I think we don't have that data. And it was sent to the other CRA. And now we have to send that again, scan all documents again. And then, what's the time takes for everything. So what's your take on that?
So I think that's, yeah. This is the problem of that Alcoa contemporaneous. So, and there is an easy way to tackle this problem. So there are three ways in which we can tackle this. So first thing is having a time-bound upload into the ETMF for the CRA. So what we follow is 30 days, no more. That is document finalization. Any finalization of documents within 30 days, it has to be in the ETMF. So if we implement that first level, do it at the first time, as we learned during IQVIA days, that's the element first. Second thing is IQC. So are you doing in-process Qs quality control, which usually happen at a quarterly basis? So the second cut there happens that you get all these details. And the third level is, because it's an electronic tool, now you can get the details, and that you can decide the frequency depending on the criticality of the data, depending on which stage you are at. You may get it every 15 days, you may get it monthly, all the report, which elements are not yet there. And based on that, you get a scoring system that at the startup milestone, this site at what stage for this CRA it is, and then you can compare across site as well. Is it this particular site has an issue, or is it that particular CRA has a problem and that needs to be tackled by a training of the CRA? Or if it is a specific location that has some digital problem, like for example, we had a patient living in Daringbadi in Orissa, where there is a network issue. Only Geo works, patient has Airtel, and therefore the PRO details are not getting uploaded. So you can identify the thing and then take appropriate action. So we did provide that patient with the Geo network thing. So that way you can tackle it. So there are these three ways you can handle this situation.
Thanks, Vaibhav. That was really nice. Absolutely.
To your question, thank you for your question. Acknowledge fully that CRA handovers are quite prevalent, even though we don't want them to happen as frequently. But it is reality of life. Also, to add that the quality of CRAs who are coming now in this industry may not be the same as that was 15, 20 years back. In situations that you called out, you first talked in your first question, talked about expectation of CRA, that changes per CRA. Apply your logic. Is it what this CRA number 2 is asking? Is it really valid? Is it in compliance with GCP? Is that an expectation that was set at site initiation? Is it coming from sponsor SOPs? Or is it something ad hoc? If you are not convinced, speak to somebody senior, speak to the project manager or some other sponsor representative. Many times today, the CRAs are not direct employees of the sponsor, but they come through the FSP model, or they could be an employee of CRO, and there is then a difference or a gap between the sponsor person sitting somewhere and this CRA. So apply critical thinking. We talk about critical thinking, apply that at site level. Maintain your own storyboards as well. Storyboards really help. Tanuka did talk a bit about it. So if you have amendments to protocol during course of a study, if you have 6 amendments, you did not implement amendment number 3 despite getting EC approval, there could be some story behind it. Document it so that when you have an site audit or inspection, you don't have to run helter skelter. It is all documented. What was the reason of amendment 3 not getting implemented at your site despite approval? Did it impact the participants or the data integrity adversely? And finally, question, what I would say is that apply logic, question, engage with people beyond CRAs.
Very, very important points. So as we come to the last part, which is a closing, don't look at it me ki kabhi khadam kar raha hai. I'm just finishing in in just closing the session. So very insightful discussions today from all the panel members. Thanks again to the Bhaktivedanta team, ISCR, and again to the panelists for being here, sharing your very nice insights on various topics. I mean, be it DCT, data transparency, what the inspectors look at, what are the site practices, diversity and inclusion. But if I have to ask you as an audience, one single common theme which is overarching all these themes, what would it be? Right. So,
Hello. Yeah.
Loud and clear.
I'm representing my team, all the CRCs, and probably one thing that connects every discussion and the critical points that our esteemed panelists have highlighted is we humans. And the term as ISI certification for humans probably doesn't exist, but that is probably the gist of this entire discussion that has transpired in this room today. So that was the thought that I had in mind, and Dr. Vijay.
Yeah, so human in clinical trial parlance becomes patient, and that's exactly the theme of ICTD events that ISCR organizes. It's patient first, correct? And Dr. Godse also talked about the fact that I'm not, when a protocol is presented to me, I don't think about how many patients I can recruit. The first question that comes into my mind is the patient safety. And the other sentence that he kind of, probably our thoughts crossed, I don't know. The other line that he really presented well was, amongst all regulations, in the middle there is patient. So I'm not going to say that in the middle it's the patient, it's patient right at the center, and all the themes that we talked about, like FDA inspections, quality, data, all revolve around it. So it's all about that, and the entire ICTD event or the clinical trial day celebration is all about the patients. So trials are not for for us to be there on the panel. It's for the patient. So, and that's what the real theme is: patient centricity, patient first. And with that, remember the other thing that I want to really imbibe on everyone here is that every data point that we create, right from patient's consent taken, date and time that you enter into your source notes, till the end of the study visit, and even sometimes beyond, every data point tells a story, which is a patient story. And all of us here in the room have the responsibility to tell that story with 100% honesty and integrity. And I think if you keep these two things in mind, not just in your head, mind, but also in your heart, then I think the real essence of the clinical trials day event celebration, or the patient first theme, comes into life. And I really want to thank the audience as well. Not before I give you one task, take one point, one actionable insight from today's discussion, take it back to your site, take it back to your patients, implement it, so that we can tell the patient story with full integrity, full honesty, and quality mindset. Thank you. Scheduled time.
What a discussion. Friends, what you have just witnessed is exactly what this conference was designed for. Not one way teaching, but multidirectional thinking. To Mr. Sarang and his every panelist, thank you for your generosity of intellect and your candor. Each one of you has given this audience something to carry home and act on.
Now, as we approach the close of this remarkable panel, we would like to express our gratitude to our moderator and our panelists. And now I would like to invite Dr. Vijay Kumar Gavli sir to come forward and felicitate each member of the panel.
The distinguished memento, panelist memento, is presented in recognition of exceptional thought leadership and scholarly contribution to the discourse of International Clinical Trial Day 2026. ये बोलेंगे
And now, in a special gesture, since Dr. Vijay Kumar sir himself has served as a panelist, may I request Dr. Tejasvi Kadam to felicitate Dr. Vijay Kumar sir. Thank you to all our panelists and our lovely audience. Now, friends, we move to the next 5 minutes that are reserved for one of the most warmly anticipated moments of this conference, the felicitation of our clinical research coordinators and clinical research associates. These are the colleagues whose names rarely appear in publications, yet whose hands have shaped every data set that has appeared in one. Contemporaneous source of source documentation. They are the reason trials run. Our patients are protected and our audits hold. Today, we honor them.
The first Patient-Centric Excellence Award in Clinical Research, and this award goes to Ms. Farida Chaudhary. Behind every successful clinical trial is a clinical research coordinator whose dedication drives every milestone.
The Patient-Centric Excellence Award of honors to the individual whose career has been identified with empathy. May I request Ms. Tanuka Ganguly ma'am to please come on stage and hand over the award to Ms. Farida Chaudhary.
Now, may I please request Mr. Sarang Vinze sir to come up on the stage to hand over our next award, which is the Rising Star in Clinical Research Coordination.
The award to Ms. Nidhi Parab. The Rising Star Award honors a clinical research coordinator who has demonstrated exceptional dedication, professionalism, and passion for participant-centered research with remarkable commitment, precision, and empathy. This individual has shown tremendous promises as a future leader in clinical research. Now, may I request Dr. Sangeeta Singh to please come on stage and offer our next award.
Our next award is for Excellence in Clinical Trial Coordination, and this award goes to Ms. Ritu Hemne. The Excellence in Clinical Trial Coordination Award honors a clinical research coordinator who has demonstrated outstanding professionalism, precision, and dedication in managing the complexities of clinical research. Through operational excellence and strong ethical commitment, this individual has played a vital role in ensuring the success and integrity of clinical trials. Congratulations.
May I request Dr. Vaibhav sir to please come on stage and give our next award. The next award for today is Operational Excellence in Clinical Trials. It is given to our CRAs who have worked so hard on the side and they are still working so good. So this award is going to Ms. Jaya Tripathi. The role of a CRA demands vigilance and precision and an unwavering commitment to quality. The Operational Excellence Award for a CRA recognizes an individual who has demonstrated exceptional professionalism in ensuring protocol compliance, accurate documentation, data integrity, adherence to clinical GCP. Though the dedication is attention to the details, this individual has significantly contributed to the credibility and excellence of clinical research.
Now, I would like to invite Dr. Parag Salve sir to come up on the stage to hand over our next award, which is for the Future Leader in Clinical Research CRA. And this award goes to Shruti Patil. Leadership in clinical research is not about titles, it is about vision, initiative, and the ability to inspire others to hold themselves to the highest standard. The Future Leader Award for CRAs recognizes a monitoring professional who already demonstrates the qualities that will define the next generation of clinical research leadership. Thank you and congratulations.
And now, friends, we move from discussion to action. What follows is not a lecture, it is not a panel, it's a boot camp. For the next 30 minutes, we will be in the trenches of a live audit simulation, facing the kinds of finding that real inspector would surface and learning to respond with speed and discipline that real inspection demands. This is the most operationally valuable honor hour of our conference. Please welcome to lead this inspection readiness boot camp, Dr. Vijay Kumar Gauri, Medical Superintendent, Center of Excellence, Clinical Research and Medical Education at Bhaktivedanta Hospital and Research Institute. Sir, over to you.
On every table, we need at least 3 participants. This is going to be very interesting, believe me. So I see which are the empty spots here. The table 11. So We do not have anybody on the table 11. हेलो या सॉरी सो आ जाओ जो पीछे बैठे उनको ही प्रश्न पूछूंगा मैंने कब फॉरवर्ड and it's not going to be a question. It's going to be very interesting. All of us are going to contribute each other. So I'm going to share whatever I have learned in last 10 years, whatever audits I'm doing last 10 to 2 years, whatever the work which I have done, the way you are doing. So we have to come out of that theory today, and we'll focus more on the cases. And these are the cases which actually led to the guidelines like NDCT, ICH GCP E6 Why they are there? There is a reason behind, and we are going to learn that through those simulation cases. There are live cases. I will show that here. You are getting distributed certain papers. So please, there are 3 sets of papers. One set, which is around 12 to 13 page, that tells you about what are the various guidelines today. That's your reference document. You can keep this as a reference. In case you are not recollecting E6R3, my God, kya kya usme kya aaya? It's okay. So it's a open book thing. You can. So there are a few friends still behind. Those who are not on the table. Amrita, can you come here? Or you are already have a table? You are there? So we just want 3 people on the table. Who else is remaining? So we have table 2. आप नाम भी देखोगे लिखा है रिसर्च अरीना. मैदान है पूरा एकदम. तो इस मैदान पे कौन आ रहा है बताओ? So you have 5 to 10 minutes. I think few tables have more people. आपका बड़ा ग्रुप आप जीत जाओगे. 6 5 लोग एक साथ. And they have come from a different city. So thank you once again for this group. I just forgot which hospital you said. Index Medical College from Indore. So thank you for traveling far from Indore here to be with us and to also contribute in the learning which you'll have today. Aja, aja. Come. So few people here, please. Okay, which are the tables which are not Research Arena 1? We do not have people here, but anyway, that's reserved. At 2, we do not have people. We need people here also. I will tell you the reason why we need people at all the tables. So those who are on the front tables will not be asked questions. So please join front tables. These are going to be group discussions. They are going to be the group inputs. So you now refer the sheet. What is it titled? You got all the 3? Case scenario. This is a case scenario. So this looks like this case scenario booklet, in which there are total 7 cases. We need to study one by one. I will tell you how to go about that. Apart from this document, you have a document titled Participant Handbook. So this handbook is nothing but the reference of regulations, which you can quickly refer immediately now. And there is a third document, which is called the answer sheet. So that document, all of you collectively need to enter. तो एक दूसरे की पहचान हो जाएगी, उसके बहाने एक दूसरे का नाम एक दूसरे को बताओ. That's how the discussion will start. So this is a platform. See, I was just speaking to Dr. Vaibhav and other dignitaries from ISCR. I was saying that when we go for ISCR conference, we don't see the presence of CRCs or the local people more there. So we wanted to have a platform where all of us come together, and we are not here just to get informed. उसके लिए इधर आने की जरूरत नहीं है. You are already well informed. When we go out, we do not want you to just get more informed, but I think more audit ready person. So that is the purpose why we are here. So all of you can start reading the referring. We just have 5 minutes. So is everybody clear? Should I repeat? Let me show you here. Connect. You connect नहीं हो रहा है? Yeah. क्या तेरी प्रॉब्लम है? Yeah, please. Thank you, sir. We'll speak later. Okay, so I think you have all the three documents. One document is just the reference for you to refer to the guidelines. It speaks about NDCT, ICH GCP, ICMR that you can open and refer. The second document includes 7 case studies. थोड़ा ऊपर झालं होतं कनेक्ट है हां स्विचिंग या काय करायचं ते काढलंय मी ते बटन दाबा तिकडलं बटन दाबा ते यू आर लिव्हिंग ना थँक्यू थँक्यू कनेक्ट नहीं हो रहा मॉर्निंग तो किया था आपने तो करो ना जल्दी Okay, so there are total 7 cases and every case has 4 questions, right? So we'll go for first 5 cases only. In the interest of the time, I don't think we will be able to, we need to wind up around 1. So we'll take 5 cases, and what we are going to do is that, let's say case 1. So, and there are 4 questions. So every table will answer, so let's nominate now itself. Research Arena 3, you please note down in your diaries. Case 1, question 1. Research Arena, what is the number? 5. Case 1, question 2. What is your number? Research Arena. Research Arena 6, case 1, question 3. And yours is? Research Arena 4, case 1, question 4. We have Research Arena 9, case 2, question 1. Research Arena 8, case 2, question 2. What is the number? 7 is case 2, question 3. Number 16, case 2, question 4. So are you noting down what I'm saying? So as a group, you just need to answer that part. Okay, case 3, question 1. What is your number, madam? 15, case 3, question 1. Aapka number? 17. So case 3, question 3. 18, case 3, question 4. Case 4, question 1 for 14. Aapka allocate hua? Okay. Case 4, question 2 for Research Arena 10. Aapka hua? Case 4, question 3 for 11. Case 4, question 4, 12. Question 5, sorry, the case 5, question 1, 13. Madam, Akeli, friends, they are going to come. What is your number? आपके लिए क्या दिया केस 1 नहीं केस 5 क्वेश्चन 1 केस 5 क्वेश्चन 1 आपका नंबर है 20 केस 5 क्वेश्चन 2 प्लीज राइट डाउन दैट 19 is case 5 question 3 आपको मिला okay everybody got the questions okay great so your job is to read that particular case understand that case, and only deliberate on the question assigned to your table only. Please, please. Thank you. Thank you. Buluyanand, huh? Connect later. Yeah. So the case 1 question will get short time. Is a simple case and simple question. So whenever you are ready, let me know. अरे पराग सर आपको भी दिया क्या मैंने क्वेश्चन? नहीं ना? Okay. You don't answer. You are judge for the conference. Is there anybody who did not got a question? Please raise hand. Any table who did not got the question? Okay. Everybody knows their case number and a question number. Yes, we have research arena 3 ready. हाँ? Ready है आप? हाँ. क्या पूछ रहे हैं? Case 1. आपको क्या है case? Case 1 question 1 ना? Are you ready? Have you read your respective cases? First thing would be to read your respective case, and then read the respective question. And if you are not remembering regulations, please refer to the booklet already provided on your table. Also ensure that you have got the attendance sheet. You need to write your name. We'll let you know at the end, exciting thing, why you would be writing your name, why you will be signing that particular document. So please ensure that you have got. Otherwise, connect with my colleague here, Mayuri. Mayuri, raise your hand. So Mayuri is here to help us. In case anything is required, we have Dr. Gunjan Madam. Dr. Gunjan Madam, raise your hand. So she is there around to help us. So can we go with the case 1 and question 1? While the particular table assigned would be answering their thought processes, in case any one of you think that you need to add something, you are free to add. Whatever answers you will be giving will be displayed on the screens so that everybody can view what you speak. And later on, then we will provide you the answers actually coming from the regulators. You can match what you said is the right thing or not. So we'll give 2 minutes more so that you have read your cases enough. You have understood your question. In case you have not understood the question, let me know, please. They're ready? Okay. So Amrita and teams are ready. But unless and until everybody is ready, we're not able to start. Everybody is focusing on their cases and question. We'll give 2 minutes more. So that it's not going to, we don't want to create a competition here. We want all of us, as I rightly mentioned at the beginning, we don't want this particular workshop just getting well informed. You are not here just to get that well informed. There is chat GPT and cloud and perplexity and so many things you have. You are not here for that. You are here to get inspection ready, to hear from the regulators, so that when you go to your clinical trial site, you ensure that what you learn today, you actually implement there. So we are here to understand and interpret what we have studied so far since last few years. So in the interest of the time, we are starting with case 1 and question 1. So if you focus their inputs, I think you will also, all of us will get benefited. The case 1, as all of you must have run, titled the hurried Saturday enrollment. And I would like to bring to your attention to a real case scenario which happened in our country, which I think all of you are reading this case 1. For a discussion purpose, this particular case is simplified. You must be thinking, ये क्या हमको बुलाया है, क्या इतना simple case है, मैं तो ऐसे ऐसे आंसर कर दूंगी. So for the discussion purpose, the case is simplified. However, the same case which you are reading now, you will see on the screen very complex thing which has happened in the real world and what it has brought back to particular doctor or to that organization. So that will tell us the adversity which it can bring if we are not in align with the regulators' expectations. The case 1 speaks about a consent, and now you see on your screen a letter to Dr. Mark Desi MD in 2026 February. This is a warning letter issued by Food and Drug Administration, where you can clearly say that the doctor is not compliant. That's what the letter says. And if you do Google out, then you will see this warning letter to this particular doctor, Dr. Denver. So you see that the letter is issued because they improperly collected the samples, they destroyed. And that's the reason they got a letter, because they did not consent a patient. However, they collected aqueous samples from the patient. What you now study on your papers is the same which has happened just this year itself. And this the FDA warning letter comes to Dr. Denver in US. And if you see the another case, this is just for the reference, I'm just building the background. That was the first case, which is a warning case to the US, how they did not respect the consent process and went on collecting the aqueous sample from the patient, though the patient denied. We also see another story here on the screen, which says that this is from PGI Chandigarh, AIMS Delhi, ICMR multi-center network. And here you will see is so beautifully speaks about including the vernacular language consent form. And this particular case speaks about the platform which they have configured for 4 to 6 regional languages. There's something called as a teach back method, in which patient need to explain you in their own words whether they actually understood the clinical trial or not. So there are the cases in front of you. Now the case which you are studying, case 1, if you compare the real world Denver case, which was in 2024, and they got a warning letter where there was a consent refusal and humor sample collected twice without patient consent, and the kappa submitted by the university was not accepted. This is the real thing which happened this year. And what case you have in front of you is a delegation log CRC. Now if you compare, I'm not going to go into the depths, but the first point is consent refusal documented, but still the sample got collected. And in your case, is a delegation log CRC assist only, however, she took a consent. So this is the similarity between the case you read and the case which has been objected by FDA. Now, with that background, we go to our research arena 3 to hear from them what is their viewpoint about what are the various GCP and regulatory deviations they think got violated in this particular case. Mike. So you can choose one representative from the group, and all of us together would like to hear from you from this case 1. Did everybody understood the case? Because I think everybody is busy into their respective cases. So did you understood the case 1, or we'll give 30 seconds to browse through the case 1? So you're waiting for 30 seconds, browse few words from the case 1. This is a multi-specialty hospital in the case 1 phase 3 trial. PG Sunday morning, as we are busy today. 60-year-old man walks with son. CRC alone. Sub-investigator not available in the operation theater. PI traveling. WhatsApps to the CRC. Go ahead. I will sign it later. PI signed the ICF after 2 days on Monday, not on the Saturday. So now we'll hear from Research Arena 3. What are your inputs for question 1? Yes, go ahead. Identify the GCP and regulatory definitions, and I will note down whatever you are saying.
Section 2.3.1
2.3.1. Okay, go ahead.
Stating that the investigator may delegate trial-related activities to other qualified persons, but retains the ultimate responsibility and must maintain appropriate
So
oversight.
this is violated.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Next.
And 2.2.2, which mentions the investigator should have sufficient time, adequate qualified staff, and adequate facilities for foreseen duration of the
Oh, that is
trial.
violated. Okay, go ahead.
And in NDCT,
Okay.
6.1, which mentions that a PI or delegated trained consenter is available and listed on the current delegation log for the informed consent process.
Okay, that also got violated. So that's it. So anybody would like to add anything? So they said 3 principles violated. If you do not recollect the exact ICH GCP number, don't worry. If you could just tell the brief. Okay, Saloni, you want to add? Yes.
Sir, there in section 2.8.7, it states that date and time the consent. So both participant and consenter signatures must be contemporaneous before
Okay,
any
Taluka
trial-specific
principle.
procedure. Yeah, so that was violated as
Oh,
well.
great. So we have 4 good points from our table Arena 3. Let's see if that's good enough explanation. So first what they said was 2.8.5 fabulous. The consent by unauthorized person, ICR 2.3.1. WhatsApp authorization plus delegation, 2.3.3 and NDCT Schedule 3. If you don't remember the chapters, don't worry. Maybe they came around. I also don't remember. So don't get worried about those numbers. Just focus on the principles. So WhatsApp authorization plus delegation, no written record, not accepted. They also mentioned about the post-dated PI signature on the ICF 2 days later, E6R 2.8.7, and trial procedure before the valid consent, screening blood draw on Saturday. And I think this is the most cited inspection finding globally. The last one they did not speak. I think that was not very relevant. Witness adequacy, that was not required in this case, and no out-of-hours consent SOP. So this was the point which they did not specify. Last 2 points were not specified. This particular site does not have something called as no out-of-hours consent SOP. Now, what does it mean is that in Indian scenario, if you see, like if you take example of this hospital, since we are here, that's the reason I'm quoting, where things are more or less streamlined. But if you do the same trial in KM hospital, last 2 months back, I was there as a trainer to 50 ICH committee members of KM hospital at one go. And they also showed me the way they conduct clinical trials. Now, if you see KM hospital, the footfall is 10,000 patients. 10,000 patients, hundreds of patients of those in clinical trial. And here, at least the doctors on the panel, they feel more accountable. But in government hospitals, तो आपने देखा ही होगा, वहाँ पे थोड़ा, they are good hospitals. Obviously, KMs are very big institutes. However, the load which they have, and they are on a government pay scale, not on a private. So what they do is they don't attend after 5 p.m. Whether essay is happening or any other doing. So at least in the private setup, the doctors will probably comply, but there they may not. So there's something called as out of hours SOP. So what is the hierarchy when the event is happening non-working hours? So I think none of us have focused on that particular aspect yet, but that SOP has to be in place. We go to the next arena for case 1, question 2. Are you ready? Mike, please. Yes. So we go to question 2. Who is the representative? Yes, go ahead, Disha. So what is the question? Read the question.
Okay. So the question is classify each deviation as the important protocol deviation or minor, justify each classification. So here the protocol deviation,
Yes,
here
go
it is
ahead.
the protocol deviation is important protocol deviation as it violates the informed consent documents. The PI can delegate a trainer consenter available, but the whole responsibility of the consent is of the PI.
So what is the deviation? So today morning you heard Swapnali saying that is we need to now get away with something called as minor and major. So what she said in the morning? Important protocol deviation and minor deviation. So tell me 3 important protocol deviations and 1 minor.
Okay. So the 3 important protocol deviations here was
First one.
The delegation, the CRC was not delegated and
Okay.
to conduct the ICF.
Delegation first.
Yeah,
Great. Go ahead.
Data integrity.
Why data
Minor.
integrity?
Because as the CRC was not delegated and the PI was not available, the ICF was signed on the Monday morning following, and the date and time of the signing was after the participant signed 2 days later.
Okay, go ahead. Third.
Okay. Okay. As the PI has not signed the ICF,
and this delayed reporting can affect the subject's safety. So here the corrective action can be immediately informing this to EC sponsor and CITESCO.
Okay, EC, DCGI. Okay, great. Go ahead.
Okay, the systemic cause here was the delay was not solely an individual responsibility of the CRC, and but it also reflects that the system level process and gap in escalation. Basically, trainings.
System process gap also. Okay. Anybody would like to add anything here? We have beautiful 5 points from this question coming. Okay. Yes, the investigator not notified in 24 hours was unaware until Monday. And our friend relied on the HIS to surface the admission hospital information system. So we assumed what she already stated. And since it's already in the system, like if I have to give example at Bhaktivedanta Hospital, so at least here we have a system in which the patients of clinical trial are given a unique number and it is easy to red flag. But if you see Tata Hospital, KM Hospital, the service they are providing to the nation and millions of patients coming to the hospital, thousands getting enrolled, it would be really challenging. So in those cases, just assuming the NIH or the hospital information system will be enough is going to be very challenging. And site doesn't have a C process for when events actually occur. Okay, I think they covered all the points. Question 4. Which team is ready for question 4? Okay, question. Kappa. Specific control that would have detected this event within the 24-hour window. Very precise. If you could be more precise, it would be more helpful. Which are the friends who are answering? Your good name, sir?
Yes, Rahul Naman.
Rahul. From
Yes.
where?
From Pune.
You are come from Pune?
Yeah, Dr. D.Y. Patil, Allied Health Science.
Oh, great, great. So we have people from all the cities from the state. It seems good. Great, go ahead.
So for corrective action, first point is immediate essay reporting completion. Submit delay essay notification immediately to sponsor EC and CDSCO.
Great. Go
Second
ahead.
point, deviation documentation.
Okay.
In that, raise a protocol deviation report for missed 24-hour essay reporting timeline.
Okay.
Then perform impact assessment on subject safety, regulatory compliance, and data integrity.
Impact analysis, okay.
Yes. And third point, staff retraining. Conduct urgent retraining of CRC, PI, or sub investigator.
Oh, great. Urgent
And
retraining.
for preventive action, first point is establish 24/7 SAE acceleration procedure.
24/7.
Yes.
Okay.
Second point, SAE alert and tracking system like SMS, email, WhatsApp, SMS.
Okay.
Third point, mandatory immediate reporting rule to inform PI immediately.
Okay.
Fourth, regulatory internal audit.
Okay. You are summarizing everything. Wow. Okay. All four questions answered. Okay. Great. So I think we
Thank
have
you.
to add something. Go ahead. Okay. The total 7 things are coming up for this question. Anybody would like to add anything here? Yes. As you rightly mentioned, complete the late essay submission, sign delay explanations, notify the sponsor, EC. Do not forget to report to study square as well. The out of hours essay SOP, 24/7 on call investigator with documented PI travel handler. Phone tree poster. So how CR is going to call investigators first. So that method. Daily morning huddle. So daily morning huddle to hota hi hai when CRC comes together with tea and coffee in the morning. So in that tea and coffee, we could add the daily morning huddle, few of the finds from our professional duties as well, and quarterly mock essay drill. Quarterly, we need to see whether how many essays we are reporting in time, so that kind of internal audit which every organization should keep. And that's the assets like me or the sponsors, when they go, they're very happy to see the size are have their own internal SOPs to maintain quality assurance. So generally, PI says that I'm doing it, believe me. So that's how the expectations of the PI when we see and when we go out. Believe me, मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना. But that may not be the right approach. Whatever you say need to be evidenced. Daily automated hospital admission query. Now this is going to be very difficult. But for hospitals like Tata and KM, Nair, JJ, this could be a requirement. There's just a huge pool. So in those, whatever we are discussing, there's a lot of inputs which you will be getting. This will, I think, is going to strengthen our understanding about we really need to think through more probably what we know today at the moment. So what the 3 things which we learn is the 24-hour clock is anchored to the investigator awareness. Every SOP must close the gap between site and the investigator awareness. And I think today Dr. Godse was highlighting कि मेरी आपसे क्या अपेक्षा है. You are just speaking as a CRC, you do your activities, but I have certain expectations from you as a PI. So he mentioned that. And if the gap exists 0, you have design problem. So there is to be 0 gap between you and the PI. And the bill detection that survives any one person being offline. Passive systems cannot discharge active safety duties. So there are the few things we take away. We will go to the case 3. We'll pause for 30 seconds. Case 3 is about a trial unit in Hyderabad with 124 participants enrolled. Sponsor conducts a monitoring visit. For one of the patient, our CRC has entered the vitals at 8:32 morning. The patient did not come at that time. Patient actually came 2 hours later. So she recommended something which did not existed only. A data integrity issue which I was speaking today in the morning also. And similar example, you will see what you see on the screen. If you go to this website, US Department of Justice, the Ranbaxy, they also did something similar. In this case, we have a CRC which is documenting the vitals and other things when they didn't even done. So when FDA audited Ranbaxy and found guilty, 500 million was paid by them. This was the letter issued to Ranbaxy. A similar kind of thing, when the auditors were there into their manufacturing laboratory, so they found out that the similar kind of pattern, the documentation, the things which were reported, which actually didn't happen. And now they accepted the settlement of $500 million. We'll not go into that depth. So this is the fabricated data study, real world data, and our study also somewhere matches to that. So I didn't wanted to get those complex cases. If you see the real world case which I was sharing here, that will take 30 minutes for us to comprehend what went wrong. why the FDA is so heavy on them and charge $500 million. So the reason those real world cases are translated into simple lines for all of us to discuss. And now we go to our next friend for this particular case study. Match Aloka. Why compromise? Which principle compromised? Who is helping us here? Yes, madam. What is your good name?
Hello everyone, I'm Shreya Kulkarni and we are students of MSc Clinical Research and currently research interns at Dr. D.Y. Patil Medical College and Research Centers.
Wow, great. Go ahead.
So our question was
About the kappa, you have to define which kappa principle got
Alcoa.
affected. Alcoa, yes. Sorry, kappa. Alcoa, yeah.
So we have to mention the principles which are violated.
Yeah.
The first one is attributable, that CRC recorded the wrong data and wrong time.
Go ahead. Next.
Then contemporaneous, that CRC not noted the original entry at the time activity occurs.
Okay.
Then
Next.
original, no use of original data, use pre-populated based on patient's previous values.
Pre-populated data. Okay.
Then accurate, the data was not recorded as observed and no corrections, the data was not corrected.
Okay.
Then consistent, ECRF data was not same or not matched with the source document or source data.
Okay, great.
Then enduring, the data cannot
Time. Okay. Perfect.
available, the data was not documented or properly.
Go ahead.
And last was traceable. Both ECRF and source data was not matching, so it cannot be traceable.
It's okay. We have around 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 points. Anything anybody would like to add apart from this 8? Okay, let's see. These are the things from the regulators. The first is, as he rightly mentioned, ECR of entry predates observation by 1 hour and 43 minutes. Next principle violated, ECRF values differ, attributable compromise, completeness affected. She also disallowed the traceability. The enduring was not directly affected here, though you specified that, but it was not directly affected here. Okay, we'll go to the question 2. But you are free to add anything. We do not have to completely, it's already 1 o'clock. We're not obliged to complete all 5 cases. If there's anything to add, please quickly add whenever you want to add. The question 2 for case 3. Which friend is going to help us? Pass. कौन से टेबल पे क्वेश्चन? किसको दिया ही नहीं क्या है क्वेश्चन? ऐसे कैसे हो गए? So sure, nobody is having this question. Okay, so anybody would like to volunteer to answer this? Best characterization from inspector's perspective, and you have 4 options to go. Choose one. बाकीच्यांना कळलं नाही ना तुम्ही नका सांगू ना मला सॉरी आई थिंक एवरीबडी इज हियरिंग व्हाट आई एम सेइंग ओके आपकी वजह से पता चला सबको गुपित में रखते ओके व्हाट इज द आंसर एंड यू नीड टू टेल मी द रैशनल व्हाई नॉट ए बी एंड डी yeah yes the correct answer is C yes agreed why not A B D is there a problem Yeah, so it's a systemic data integrity issue. In the interest of the time, we were not able to further deliberate, but yes, your answer is right. You want to add something? Yeah. We'll go to the question 3. Yes. Your name, madam? Mike. Yes, introduce yourself.
My name is Fatima from Meringo Asia Hospital, Surat.
Oh, you are from
Previously,
Surat.
Sunshine.
Okay. Sunshine Hospital. I was there at Sunshine.
Yes, sir.
So when I audited that hospital, it was 2021 or 20.
No, sir. Recently, 2023.
So you're there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, 23.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you have. I remember now. You have a great team there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. How is your medical superintendent doing?
Very
He was
fine,
there
sir.
when I was auditing the hospital.
Yeah, he was there. He's
Yes,
still
please
there.
go ahead. Yeah.
So, identify the critical to quality consideration answer under ICH E3.
Mhm.
So, first will be the patient safety under section 3.10 of R3.
Patient safety. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Then the data reliability,
Data reliability. Okay, go ahead.
and third will be data integrity.
Okay.
And the next question is explain what makes this finding especially serious in vaccine trial.
Yes.
So,
Why it makes it serious? Yes.
first of all, according to section 3.12, it is non-compliance, and according to section 4.2, it is alcoa and data integrity. Data integrity is compromised over here, as patient vitals are different.
Okay.
Each aspect of data integrity is
Violated here.
hindered.
Okay.
And the kappa can be pre-monitoring internal QC of critical to quality data points.
Internal QC.
Then quarterly internal audit, trial review on data and documentation. Retraining should be done, and PI oversight is necessary in this case.
Retraining and PI oversight. Okay, we have eight points from her. Anybody would like to add anything? I think they have covered almost all. All the points are covered. Let's see if there's anything missing. Sponsors identifies the factors critical to quality, fundamental to participant protection 3.10. Vital signs are critical to quality in vaccine trials, part of active safety surveillance window around the dosing days. And critical to quality, which is R3, which speaks about. So I would not have much time, but I wanted to speak about what is the difference between R2 and R3. So we don't want to go into the very technical words, but what exactly the difference? What do we mean by R3? Why it is there at first place? Okay, critical to quality. And the pre-population defeats the purpose. If participant had tachycardia, hypotension on day 14, would not show it because it's already pre-populated. It is assumption. It is hypothetical what we enter. And you rightly mentioned about data integrity. I think all points were covered by them. Now, what could be the systemic preventive actions in this case? Who is going to speak? Okay, introduce and please speak.
So I already mentioned, yeah. I mentioned.
You already mentioned. So you covered both this?
Yes.
So these are the few questions they covered. Total 5 points. तो हम quickly next case ले कि नहीं ले? So let's not do discussion. Let's just hear the answers in the interest of these are the 3 take-home messages. I will not go into depths from this case 3. Now we have case 4. The pharmacist who was not on the log but still did the activities. And for that, you can note this, the notice by FDA, 483 form which they call to one of the US site In the interest of the time, I'm not going to the depths of that. So this real world case with the workplace, but we'll just quickly see what is the question 1. E6 R3 sections compromised. Who is going to answer? Yes. Introduce yourself and please answer.
Hi, good afternoon all. I am Sakshi Shinde from Nanavati Max Super Speciality Hospital, and I am a first year student of MSc in Clinical Research.
Okay.
So, is ICH E6 R3 has been compromised in this case? Then yes, it is compromised. And which section is compromised? Then it is 2.3.2 and 2.3.3 is been compromised. So, in this case, as per the ICH GCP, proper training, each and every individual person which has been delegated in the study should be trained according to the protocol, and also proper duty delegation log should be maintained.
Training and duty delegation. Okay. Great. So we have 4 points from her. It's Max Super Speciality Hospital.
Yes.
Yes. Oversight failure 2.3.1. Qualification plus training must precede the activity. A record of delegation is missing. And this could have identified the backup farmers, which I think all the points we covered. Question 2. Was the PI's reasoning acceptable? Who is answering that? PI ने बता दिया ना, अरे हमारा तो फार्मासिस्ट बढ़िया एकदम एक्सपीरियंस्ड है, उसको ट्रेनिंग की क्या जरूरत है? Is there a question to any table? Question 2. तो आपका क्या क्वेश्चन है? 5 है आपका. Okay, this है क्या? बता ही नहीं रहे आप तो. Yes, go ahead. Research arena 10.
Hello, my name is Jaya. I'm from IQVIA Biotech. So for this question, so the PEI's reasoning is not acceptable as we see, because over here we are compromising NDCT and even ICH GCP guidelines. And then second would be, it is the violation of data integrity because CDA has been not signed if the person is not on delegation log. Then third would be, there is a clinical trial agreement between sponsors and site. So that is also, I would say, it is a breach. And then I would say a protocol deviation, of course, we need to notify ECI and sponsors as well. And if we talk about the CAPA, then the preventive action and the corrective actions would be it is first PI oversight. PI has taken very lightly. Then second would be, of course, the protocol training. It needs to be retrained as well. And delegation log needs to be filled again.
Okay.
And of course CDA should be signed if she is being, as it is told, she's
CDA.
experienced. CDA should be signed if she will be delegated, because we need to
CDA
prevent.
or CD? What you are saying?
CDA, sir. CDA.
Why CDA?
So because that person is being open to all the patients' data. She is, who's the person? She's IP dispenser. She has even information of IP as well. If she's not even on delegation log, then she can actually share the data with anyone. And if the person who is on delegation log is also signing a CDA, so we are encircled by that.
Oh, that's good. Any inputs from anybody? There are a lot of CRO sponsors here. The CDA getting signed by individual person is opinion. Vishal want to add? Yes.
So usually CDA is signed by the principal investigator or the HOI. Because it represents as the institution for the whole project. But some of the sponsors do require, but not all sponsors. Some of the sponsors do require
From individual perspective.
for individual perspective also, but not all cases.
How many of us, how many of sites here, please raise your hand, where your individual CRC or a study team member has signed a separate CDA with the sponsor? How many? Nobody? So individual person, CDA is signed with the sponsor. Individual person ही PI का तो होता ही है, but PI के अलावा QI is also okay, but let's say coordinators. So that's a good practice, but is it getting practiced? So it's less likely, but a good input. So less likely. Okay, we are. आपको सबको भूख लगी होगी. We need to जितने टेबल बचे हैं उनको हमें we need to give opportunity. We'll close the session. So these are the 3 points, 4 in fact. Why we do not accept the PI's reasoning is on your screen. Have a look at for 4 seconds and we'll go to the next question. Who is going to answer us the next question? Yes. Very simple question too. इसमें भी only answer है इसमें. Oh, you want to give a rationale? Yeah. Yes, tell us. The answer is C and tell us the rationale.
Hello everyone, myself Shruti Patil and I'm employed at Novotech as an in-house CRA. I would like to answer the question number 3. That's conduct root cause analysis, implement CAPA, and notify the regulatory or EC as appropriate to level of non-compliance. So I have 4 ICH GCP deviations that the site has performed. Under ICH GCP E6 R3 section 3.12.1, there's non-compliance, and as per section 2.3.1, investigator delegation, qualification, oversight, and documentation. Under ICH GCP section 4.3.8, user management access control, and under section 4.2.4, data corrections, attribution, justification, and timelines. So basically, the trial protocol required that IP be reconstituted and dispensed only by trained and designated personnel. But Mrs. Geeta, who dispensed all the 3 participants without being trained for the protocol, and she wasn't even on delegation log for the protocol. And to note, there were no serious adverse events for all the 3 participants. She dosed, but she was a senior hospital pharmacist, and PR that her on the other pharmacists were on leave, so she should step in and dose the participants. There was no prior intimation to the sponsor as well for the same scenario. It only came into the picture when CRA conducted SDV and reconciled delegation log. If she wasn't delegated, she shouldn't have had access to the IP room as well. Okay. And apart from this, there were 3 other pharmacists delegated for the study, but all the 3 were on leave when the visit was scheduled. So it seems little delusional that 3 other pharmacists were only delegated on paper but not present on the site on the same day. And the second thing I have is IP handling SOP training records show that Mrs. Geeta completed the training 3 weeks after she dispensed the first IP. Even then, after training, site didn't intimidate the sponsor that the scenario happened and dispensing of IP was done by some other pharmacist who wasn't present on delegation log. And if she is trained, who was the one who trained her, and when and who, how it was documented. If PI reasoned for the same, why it was not documented by PI and it was not informed to sponsor as well. So this is what my rationale
Wow,
behind
what a
this is.
detailed study. पूरा thesis बना दिया आपने तो. So nice. So I think everybody has understood the beautiful rationale provided. Who is going to answer the question 4? So we are almost coming to close the session. Only few of the friends are remaining to answer it. Introduce yourself, please.
Hi, my name is Shruti. I am from Fortis Hospital. I work there as a CRC. So for the question, we have decided that for the delegation control system, to prevent the recurrence, we feel that all the team members, including the CRCs, pharmacists, nurses, all has to be delegated and trained at the time of site initiation visit.
Delegation at time up. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I के वक्त. ठीक है. Go ahead.
And for the prevention, like the CAPA, the corrective action could be the protocol deviation has to be filed. It has to be notified to the EC and the sponsor as well.
PD to the EC sponsor. Okay, go ahead.
Also, in the prevention, the all the staffs has to be retrained on the GCP. Also, as per the ICH section, ICH GCP section 2.3.2 and 2.3.3, all the delegation logs and the training logs has to be in place.
Okay,
and
great.
the proper documentation has to be followed.
Okay, and you would like that? So we have wonderful 4 points from Fortis Hospital, one of the largest chain of hospitals in the country, and we have a collaboration with Fortis through Dr. Kuldeep, who heads the Fortis Clinical Research Division. So thank you for the Fortis team. Okay, let's see. Prospective backup identification, trial specific training matrix, PI sign delegation before activity, PI authorize a dispenser matrix, and the monthly reconciliation mandatory here with the annual delegation log audit. So we need to celebrate something called as a delegation log audit. तो आप बोलेंगे इतने कितने डे सेलिब्रेट करेंगे? अभी आज क्लिनिकल ट्रायल डे पे बुलाया, अभी ये नया डे. So annual delegation log audit day. So believe me, थोड़ा फनी लगता है सुनने को ऐसा, ये क्या क्या बोल रहे हैं इधर. But believe me, this will help you a lot. Like quarterly systems, monthly systems, weekly systems, annual systems. And why I say this with conviction? I travel very frequently, and I see those findings quite often. It's not good for me and you. We want to ensure that our jobs are safe. There's too much competition. All of you are aware, the trials are going to China and other neighboring countries. आप बोलेंगे क्या फर्क पड़ता है, मैं चाइना चले जाऊंगी. सब तो इधर ही रहो, सब मिलके हमें we need to go ahead. Okay, these are the three key take-home messages from this case study. I will pause for 4 seconds. Have a look. And now we go to the last case study. Case 5, who is going to answer? Okay. So hope that everybody a little bit aware of what is a case 5. EISF. The sponsor has provided a clause-based ISF, EISF. So Sarang sir is here and he specified a lot on that in the morning session. I think his session will help all of you to answer that. And we know the GVK Biosciences, they had an issue and 700 medicines were suspended by the FDA worldwide due to these reasons, which our friends are going to help us to understand. I'm skipping those things, the real world case and the workplace. The first is, okay, the inspection readiness gaps and citations. Please tell us. Introduce yourself, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Stanley, and I'm a clinical research intern at Nanavati Max Super Specialty Hospital.
So we have 2 groups from Nanavati?
Yes.
Wow. Chalo. Go ahead.
So depending on our case, that is case number 5, the inspection readiness gaps that we've observed is firstly that the documents are not readily available. As it says in the gap that the inspector asked the QA team to display the current EC approved ICF version, and the site QA logs into the EISF but discovers that her access is read only and that the reports folder is restricted to the sponsor's monitor. She then also asks emails the sponsor regarding this, but the sponsor replies with a great delay, because of which the query is written by the inspector that the site is unable to demonstrate immediate access to the essential trial record. So what is the violation? According to ICH GCP E6 R3, Appendix 6, C2, which is Management of Essential Records, point number C2.6, it states that the sponsor and investigator or institution should retain the essential records in a way that ensures that they remain complete, readable, and readily available, and are directly accessible upon request by regulatory authorities.
Great.
So this is the violation of the point. The second point that we were able to note is that 2 protocol amendments uploaded to the EISF appear out of the chronological order, which is a direct violation of the ALCOA principle plus, which is the consistency point, which demands that every document should be chronologically in place.
Okay.
The third observation that we made was no.
Something to add?
Yeah, so the last point.
Yeah, you can add.
So the EICF audit trail showed that the two ICF versions coexisted in the active folder for 11 days during a recent amendment. And then we have this ICH GCP violation, Rule 10.3, third point, which states that pre-monitoring self-checks are to be done. Open queries, close deviation actions, training records, current EC approvals filed. So it means that the pre-monitoring had to be done prior to the for the active version to be on place. So yeah, that is it from our end. Anything else?
One more.
Yeah, please
thing
go
to
ahead.
Just add. One more observation we made was that the EC approval letter for Amendment 3 cannot be located in the EISF file and is only retrieved from the EC Secretariat by phone. So the violation that is made is on ICH GCP E6 R3, Appendix 6, Management of Essential Record, point number C 2.5, where it states that the sponsor and investigator institution should ensure that essential records are collected and filed in a timely manner, which can greatly assist in the successful management of a trial.
Wow. I think all of us are, when I am
Thank you.
hearing all of you, I think all of us are competent enough to conduct such workshops individually also. So everybody is quoting references, the exact lines, such a wonderful understanding. Madam is waiting. I should close. Okay, these are the 5 gaps. 4 seconds, please have a look at it. And I think they covered almost all. Who is answering question 2? A very wonderful answer, and think very articulated one with so many references, as if the regulators are sitting in the room. Wow. So who is answering the minimum EISF access? So the agreement says the minimum access is provided to the site. That's what is written in the agreement itself. Is that acceptable to you? Who is answering? Koi nahi? Okay, chalo. So is there any table who has not yet answered? Aapka next question hai? Question 3. So this is the last table we are coming to. 4 seconds, have a look at your screen. What is the minimum EISF access, which is stated in the CTA, is not acceptable, and why? Okay, now we go to the research arena 19. Please go ahead. Actions during and immediately after the inspection. Inspection is done. Now we know that the site could not retrieve the ICF on demand of a regulator. Everything has been done now. Now what are you going to do? Post-show. Go ahead. Please introduce.
My name is Manasi Kulkarni. I'm working in PD Hinduja Hospital as project technical support 2.
Okay, Manasi from PD Hinduja. So I think we have all the hospitals of the city here. What a wonderful gathering. Please go ahead.
In case 5 scenario, a surprising routine inspection done and ask for site QA to display current EC approval ICF version, the delegation log, and the last 6 monitoring visit report. That site QA log is in EISF, which is in read-only format and restricted to the sponsor's monitor. Hence, section 4.2.2 is compromised as inspector noted site unable to demonstrate immediate access to essential trial record and 2 protocol amendments upload in the EISF appear out of chronological order.
Okay.
Here, she mailed about the same to sponsor study manager, but response arrived 90 minutes later, and that access link is valid for 2 hours only. So she must inform the same over a call to response to sponsor for immediate remedy.
Okay.
So the institute must be able to access its record independently of the sponsors.
Wow. Independent access. That's great. So we have these 4 points from PD Hinduja Hospital. Let's see if that suffice our need. So 3 points during and 3 points after on your screen for 5 seconds. And these are the 3 case surveys. Is there any table who has yet not answered? So I think all 5 cases completed with a lot of understanding, with a lot of regulatory references, and obviously there's a lot of revision I think all of us had here today. So congratulations to all of you, and it is so my job was very easy. Asking questions is always easy, but all of you did a great job. The answers we got. So these answers which I have here are through the NABH objectives, which are total 10 chapters and total 49 objective elements. As an NABH assessor, I wish all of you comply with, and based which the answers were written here. I'm very happy to share that 86%, 86 to 90% answers have matched that NABH, but हम थोड़े greedy हैं, तो बचा हुआ 10% भी चाहिए हमको. 90 तो आ गया है, बचा हुआ 10% भी चाहिए. And I think with the gathering today and whatever knowledge we had and the inputs which all of us have learned through the help of each other, we have done that also. I hand over to the host, Dr. Tejasvi, and my colleague, Miss Aditi. I think it's going to be 5 minutes and then a very nice lunch for all of us.
Thank you, Vijay sir. Thank you so much for this amazing boot camp. What we have just done together is not a training, it's a rehearsal. And as very senior clinician in this room knows, rehearsal is the difference between performance and panic. Our CRCs, CRAs, and doctors, please remember every check you do tomorrow morning at your side is now informed by what you just learned. Take these lessons home and implement them in your daily activities of clinical trial. Thank you, sir, so much.
Now, friends, before we break for lunch, an important announcement. Our post-lunch session is dedicated to one of the most encouraging signs for the future of Indian clinical research, our student and clinical researchers' poster presentations. And the topics for the same are data integrity and Alcoa++ under ICH GCP E6 R3, inspection readiness 365 days under NDCT Rules 2019, digital transformation, eSource, ePro, EISF, and AV and e-consent compliance in India.
Now, let me just give you some brief instructions. This entire auditorium now will get divided into 3 sections. We will have 4 physical venues for poster presentation plus 1 online venue. So the 3 physical poster presentation venue will be in this auditorium, whereas 2 centers will be on 3rd floor medical research department. So venue 1 will be on 8th floor Vrindavan. So this section will be turned into Vrindavan auditorium, and judge over here will be Dr. Sangeeta Singh. May I request Dr. Vijay sir, to please welcome Dr. Sangeeta, who will be our judge in Vrindavan. Dr. Sangeeta is an Associate Director, Strategic Site Solution IQVIA. She is a distinguished clinical research leader and a physician with over 25 years of global experience driving study execution, regulatory strategy, and site startup operations across the Indian region. A Six Sigma Master Black Belt, she currently leads Avacare and clinical trial educator services in India, delivering scalable site solutions and overseeing multiple studies supporting US FDA submissions. The coordinator for Vrindavan Auditorium will be Miss Mayuri Kare over there. And the names of students who will be presenting are Shreya Kulkarni, Amrita Sankhe, Sakshi Shinde, Diya Pujari, Preetha Jana, Shruti Nalavde, Dipti Kumar, Ankita Deshmukh.
Now coming to our second venue, so it will be 8th floor Barsana, and the judge for the same would be Dr. Arpana Valanch. And Dr. Arpana ma'am is a senior clinical research leader with MBBS, DCH, PGDCR, and PGDBA, bringing over 25 years of experience across pediatric practice, hospital administration, and clinical research management. She is currently heading the medical research department at Kokilaben Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital. She is actively involved in capacity building through GCP, NDCT, ICMR training programs, a published researcher and invited speaker at national forums, and she also holds key roles in ISCR and FERCR. Thank you, Dr. Aparna, I'm so sorry. The coordinator for this venue would be Miss Ritu Hemne, and the students, that's Miss Ritu Hemne, and the students who will be presenting in Barsana are Aishwarya Chandan Khede, Mayuri Dalvi, Vivek Ahir, Varsha Geete, Samiksha Ingle, Manasi Kulkarni, and Saloni Sharma.
Our third venue will be Gokur Auditorium, and judge over there will be Dr. Parag Sarve. Dr. Parag Sarve is a senior project manager at ICON CRO with 15 years of comprehensive clinical research experience, including 7 years dedicated to managing global phase 1 to phase 4 trials of the drugs and vaccines and medical device. May I request him to please come on stage? A coordinator. Our coordinator for this venue will be Ms. Nidhi Parab. And the students who will be presenting are Praful Desle, Maria Franco, Mayank Shetkar, Shruti Malu, Jyoti Gupta, and Aditi Edvankar.
Our next venue is 3rd floor Medical Research Department, and the judge for the same is Dr. Chetan Madre sir. He is not here. So we'll okay. Okay, so the person who's coordinating in the 3rd floor Medical Research Department venue is Miss Priya Bolegaon. She is right here. And the students with her would be Shivani Mohite, Omkar Birje, Sarbo Paul, Vaibhavi Shinde, Disha Dwivedi, and Tripti Meena.
We also have one more venue for our online participants, which will be on 3rd floor Medical Research Department. And the judge for the same is Miss Hina Ali. She will be also joining online. She has accomplished a research professional who holds a master's in biotechnology as a university gold medalist, along with post-graduation diploma in clinical research. And she has a deep expertise across clinical trial management, site monitoring, and regulatory compliance. The coordinator for this venue will be Mr. Pratik Mishra. And the students are Kalai Kumar, Leena Patil, Manasi Kulkarni, Suhani Sharma, Abaji Gize, Yogeshwari Tungar.
A few logistics, please listen carefully. Lunch will be served from lunch is already being served, and the poster presentations will begin shortly post lunch. And then everyone please return to the main auditorium by the allocated time, mainly 3:30 sharp, and we'll celebrate our winners together post that and close the conference with our vote of thanks.
So I would just like to add, the poster presentation is starting by 2:30 to 3:30, and at 3:30 we will have a prize distribution. So please, rest of the guests, gather at 3:30 for the prize distribution. Thank you.
So I must say that it was a very tough task when we receive hundreds of posters, and so those who did not got selected, that doesn't mean that you are not good. It's just that we have to choose few. So if you see that few also has gone into 25, 26 number. So we had 5 judges because, just to, in the interest of the time. So that's a massive response we have gotten. I think the entire industry and entire country is gearing up to ensure that we are ready for the clinical trials in India. Thank you once again. There was a scientific integrity which we followed when we selected posters. There is a panel of 5 people who priorly selected all the reviewed all the posters which were shared with all of us, and few of them got selected, and those selectors are here announced already, and they would be now presenting, and our judges, very competent judges here, who would be selecting how many people? 3 people would be finally selected, would be honored today, 3:30 p.m. Thank you. Over to you.
So please carry on with the lunch. All the guests, please.
अभी ना अभी सुनो यूट्यूब का भी खत्म हो गया, लाइव अभी एंड हो गया, लेकिन मुझे होम का है ना एक्टिवेट रहेगा।
सेम